Well, hello everybody, and welcome to another video. I hope we're all doing good, or another stream, as I should say. Today is patch... Well, it's not patch day. Patch day was yesterday. I've kind of fallen into a rhythm with Guild Wars patches lately, where I let the first day just happen and settle, and then I do it. So that's what I'm doing this time. It's the day after patch day. It's basically the launch of Repentance. Apparently, this one's pretty good. In fact, I kind of have some, little signals that it was going to be quite good last week when they did like a big blog post recapping a bunch of lore and giving us some new tidbits. So I can honestly say I'm quite excited to play this. I'm more excited to play this than I was any of the Secrets of the Obscure post releases. I thought the last one, so just to recap, the last one about 3 months ago, I personally was expecting to be really short. It was the release of the Convergence, Mount Barrier, and I thought it was going to be, not even really a real patch. I thought it was going to be like an instance that put you into Mount Barrier and then a recap. But it was more than that. It was more substantive. This release is... Christ, I haven't even thought about this. Don't we get a new map in this one? This has all the raid CM stuff. It should be pretty good, I think. It's been a while as well since I've done a stream. I haven't, so it's the start of March now. I haven't seen you guys since mid-January. I've got a hell of a lot to recap, so I don't doubt there are some people like vaguely curious that will click this video and think, how's it going? There's going to be quite a long intro here because I've got a shit ton I want to talk about. I want to show you the blog post and all kinds of stuff as well. There was a patch back in December as well, while we were playing PoE, I think. Where they added a bit of lore, and some people in the Spud Club recommended I get some screenshots of that. So I got that as well. So we've got a lot of things to cover, but also, just as another note, and this may have a big part of why I'm so excited for this release, I'm currently stupidly into Guild Wars. Very, very... I don't know whether it'll really change the way I talk or the way that the content goes, but I've been playing more of this game since Mount Barrier came out, basically. Well, no. Since we stopped PoE, maybe I've played more of this game than oh, hold on, let me check something here. Real quick. Yeah, no, we're good. I've played more of this than I have since Dragonstorm. So, more than I played during any of the other Janthea Wild stuff, more than I played through any of the Secrets of the Obscure stuff, through that long period with Gyala Delve, through that long period with End of Dragons, and Dragonstorm before that. Basically, I kind of got into AP again for the first time. So, if you guys... I've got a big playlist on YouTube. This video is in it. My, general coverage of this expansion, where I've done, a big, long LP through of it all. If you guys have been following that... I said, I think it was during the Mount Barrier release, I said to you guys, I sort of made a joke about how I hadn't even got all of the mastery points in Secrets of the Obscure. I made a sarcastic comment. I was like, oh, imagine not even having all of these. And then sort of coughed and showed my UI, and I didn't have the stuff done. I now have it all done. So, into the Valley of Shadow. Nice. Edgy, appeals to me. So, yeah, I kind of got into the game in a big way. I think it's because Janthea Wilds I've enjoyed. Obviously, there's bits of it that I haven't liked. I don't like some of the character writing, blah, blah, blah. We've gone over it ad nauseum. But mostly, it's really cool subject material. I'm really enjoying it. And, I don't know, something just caught on. I think it was also the discovery of some very powerful Ellie builds that have actually recently been nerfed. It kind of was my doorway back into the game. But so, in the last episode, what you guys saw... was we'll call this a mini account tour, I guess. Over with Dragonstorm, where even is it? Hold on, we want to go to Story Journal. So I had done all the achievements and everything in the game. I'd been catching up with it. We were doing yearly account tours, well, sorry, not yearly. We were doing bi-yearly account tours every other Christmas. I'd give you guys a bit of an update. I think the last account tour I did was on the airship in War Eternal. I was standing there on the airship as it drifted around, talking about I'd done everything. Icebreed Saga came out, and I kept up with it. I did it all, but then Champions released. Champions was a brutal patch, which really asked for a lot to do. And then there was the story kind of really wobbled, and I wasn't sure I was into it, and I kind of fell off. So when End of Dragons came out, and I didn't even have Champions done, and I wasn't really sure how much I was enjoying End of Dragons, I sort of fell off with it. I wasn't really playing the game in the way that I normally do. Going for all the skins, getting all the achievements. I did the big side quest story things. We streamed those, we did all of that stuff. But really getting and doing everything. I hadn't done it. So in Act 1 here, I had 5 achievements to do. Jumping across the airships in minimal Aurene boosts, never getting hit by a cannoneer, stuff like that. Escaping from the prison cell at the start of End of Dragons. You know, before Rama finds you, you've got to like break the leg off of the bed with the rock, and then, you know, hook the keys out and unlock the door really, really quickly. So, sorry, I'm trying to catch up with chat here as well. Probably sounds like hyperbole, but this is genuinely your least favourite patch. Oh no! What? I've been hearing it's good. Then again, I enjoyed Nios despite some story falling flat. Least favourite. Oh my god, Kerry, thank you. You didn't have to do that. Oh, we had a donation as well from Sangria. Thank you for $5. Excuse me, are you Pi? I am. I'm Weepy. I'm Y-Pi. WP, I don't know. John Sellers with the 20 memberships. Guys, thank you. Wow. It's good to see you all. It is very good to see you all. So, one of the other big things to talk about, I'm currently in the midst of a move, which I thought was going to happen about a month ago now. I've been sitting here with all my boxes packed up for about a month, basically ready to go, but not sure because of admin and things getting finalized. It does look, I mean, I'm waiting for like double, triple confirmation, but it looks like I might finally actually be going very soon. I was actually really worried last week and the week before because it was looking like the move date was going to line up right smack bang on this patch. So back in January, I cut the FF series short, anticipating a move very soon. And it hasn't happened. Honestly, it's so stressful. But and then I thought, oh my god, it's going to overlap. But thankfully, it hasn't. It's been delayed so much that I can actually do this. And you know, because I assume this will take 3, 4, 5 days, something like that max. And then you know, everything should line up. But yeah, what got me talking about that? I don't know. Anyway, back to this. Yeah, so I've been playing Guild Wars. Got all of these. Got Act 2 I had to do as well. I can't remember what was available. There was stuff everywhere. Every single act I needed to do things. I went back to Champions, did it all. I did all the Giala Delve stuff. Delve into the Haze required like numerous more completions of that map. Which does give crazy rewards, by the way. You get a lot of money from it. It's boring as sin, especially the Corridor patch, but you get a lot from it. And then Secret of the Obscure as well. Honestly, guys, look, I've gone through, I've done everything. All of the achievements. So, and this isn't just for me bragging or whatever. I actually feel like I know Secrets of the Obscure now. I know that this is a year out of date, basically, as an opinion. And time moves fast now that, you know, we're getting so much content with the mini X packs. So it was only a year ago. But I have to say, there's a lot of stuff in Secrets of the Obscure. If you're actually like a committed player that's like properly doing the lot, I honestly think Secrets of the Obscure has more to do than like EOD did. Now, look, I'm not trying to make excuses for Secrets of the Obscure and suggest it's a higher quality product than the full-fledged expansions, blah, 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 blah. You know, because a lot of that is just grind and it's just repurposing things. But, you know, I mean, I say I'm done. I'm not done. I don't have all the Obsidian armor, which they put some AP on. I don't have that 3,000 or 5,000 gold achievement from the Wizard's Tower. Well, you'll see that in a second. But what I was especially struck by, actually, guys, is these 3 patches, Through the Veil, Realm of Dreams, Midnight King, the equivalent of what we're playing today from last year, the Nios releases. Oh my god, that one map, this one map, let's go hit the yellow button, I always like an excuse to do that, has so much in it. If you're actually going for all the achievements, it sort of blew my mind, really. But yeah, anyway, so I sort of trailed through this. Janthir Wilds as well. Janthir Wilds, by comparison, is really short, actually. Arenanet really eased the foot off of the pedal here, I think, off the gas or whatever. They don't ask for so much for you. There's only a couple of sort of like longer achievements to do. One of them being Mount Baurior completions. So where is this? So yeah, oh, by the way, that's just the story journal. So then the maps themselves as well here. Oh, I lied. I haven't finished EOD. I've got the fishing to do. I don't know, something about this. Fishing is similar. I've decided, guys, because I have done a bit of fishing these past couple of weeks. I've decided I really don't like fishing in Guild Wars, but I don't mean that as like it was badly made or it's a criticism necessarily. I just think it's not for me. I don't know. I hate saying shit like that. It sounds like such a wanky cop-out, doesn't it? But there's something about... Like, you're supposed to sort of relax, right? And just revel in the excitement of what you might hook up. But with Guild Wars fishing, it asks for just enough active attention that I kind of can't relax. And it's a lot of like list keeping and checking your notes and alt tabbing and the thing. So there's just like a constant like sort of bubbling stress to it that is really exacerbated by like dusk and dawn fish. And again, in principle, I don't disagree with them existing in the game, but something about like dusk and dawn fish and just like knowing you're always fighting against the timer. Oh, am I gonna get lucky? Oh, nighttime's coming, please, I need to get this fish. I don't want to wait another 2 hours before I can get it. Come on. It's that constant sort of like simmering anxiety, and I would call it anxiety, that just makes fishing, I don't know, because there's a lot of psychology to it, as always with games, MMOs in particular, but I think what it is I'm fishing for the purpose of the achievements. I'm not fishing to just have fun on its own. I'm fishing to complete the checklist, and then there's these constant threats like, you're going to have to wait another 2 hours, which it functionally means is probably not going to happen today. You're going to have to try again tomorrow when you log in tomorrow or whatever. And, or, you know, if you miss the roll too, depending on how little of a life you've got, you fail the roll enough times, it's pushing it further and further away, right? I.e., how many hours can you play per day? But yeah, so I've done all of the maps once, but I did that during EOD. I've barely looked at these. But yeah, Arborstone, so obviously I'm on Blue Sky now. I haven't actually tweeted, or whatever we call it, post over there for, I saw the timestamp. I did it today, but it'd been like 25 days. I was watching Secret Level earlier in the month with my girlfriend and some friends. And, God, that was an interesting show. Shit, man, I've got too much to talk about. But I was watching that, I was thinking, wouldn't it be amazing? Because there was a New World episode of that. A New World episode. I was thinking, wouldn't it be crazy to see a Guild Wars episode of this? Because, like, the Warhammer episode of Secret Level was insanely good. For people that don't know, it's it's like a TV series where every episode is based on a different video game franchise, but it's beautifully rendered CGI. I think it's Blur Studios, right? The guys that did Halo 2 Anniversary and then did Love, Death, Robots over on Netflix, and then Amazon commissioned them to do this. So Amazon obviously owned New World, the MMO, so obviously that was going to get an episode. And I doubt any of their competition ever would. But anyway, that was my last Blue Sky tweet, but I was doing it fairly regularly, and one of the things I tweeted about was this. Arborstone, getting the Canuck coins, oh my god, that's brutal. It's so weird and eerie. Basically, you go to Club Canuck, in this, you know, End of Dragons is getting older now. You go to Club Canuck, you sit at the machines, you grab a battery. I mean, here we're kind of lucky because the event is up. So every 20 minutes, unless you're map popping, you can speed it up by map popping. But every 20 minutes, you get on the robot, and you did. This is the route I took. I'll show you guys my. I didn't think I'd be doing this on this. I probably shouldn't. We've probably got a lot more fun things to do. Hey, I put the warning that people should skip ahead to get to the Janthir stuff. Yeah, you do this. You hear the jazz filter in and out as you fly around. You grab the coins. Blah blah blah. I won't do the whole route, I guess. But anyway, I must have done this for so long. You sit at these goddamn consoles, and you just do this. Blue. Blue, blue. Blue, blue, blue. Blue, blue, blue. Yellow. That's it. And then you do it again, except you don't do it at the beginner console. Do it at an advanced one. And you just sit here listening to it. And it's the weirdest thing. I honestly had some very odd moments. I've been feeling very weird about real life and stuff lately. But I was sitting there like, this is what I'm doing with my free time. I'm in an old MMO. All right, I think we have to be honest now. An older MMO. And that's not actually a death sentence for MMOs, in my opinion. But I'm in an older MMO. It's certainly not in like the gaming zeitgeist, right, at this point. I mean, in an old expansion for the old MMO, you know, by some reckoning, you could say that this is 2 expansions out of date now. No one's here. No one really sits around in Arborstone. Certainly not Club Canuck. I'm alone. Doing, like, monkey see, monkey do. Just dot, 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 dot. Like, it reminded me of those people that... I think someone actually responded on Blue Sky of this. It reminded me of those, you know, old people that have got nothing left in their lives. I'm going to get a bit real here. But they've got all the money that, you know, because they're widows or widowers or whatever the phrase is. And they've got all the money. and they just go gambling. They just sit in front of the slot machines, just pull in the thing, just pull in it, just empty nothingness. And I was like, this is what I'm doing. You know, I got all this cool shit that's coming out. You know, Monster Hunter came out this month, and I'm just sitting here in Arborstone, pulling this fucking lever in a virtual casino. But I got the coins in the end. Not only did I get the coins, but I actually had 1,000 extra as well. Oh, and I had to do it for all the back pieces as well. But yeah, with that done, that was Arborstone, and that was quite the experience. I think there was another thing I had to do in Arborstone as well, but I can't fully remember it. These other maps I was basically done with, but there are achievements that Arenanet do now, which is go see all the events. And in principle, I actually really like those around the open world map. In principle, I really like those. Core never did anything like that, and I think for that reason, a lot of people miss a lot of cool content, especially in Core. You got to understand, Arenanet of 2012 were really interested in the dynamic. Well, before 2012, really, were really interested in the dynamic event system, and it was a revolutionary thing. And they really put a lot of heart and soul into not just the way that a lot of them work, but the stories that are there. A lot of them are really funny and interesting, and they're so easy to miss. But Arenanet recognized back then they didn't want to force you to see or do all them all because they were a bit random, they were a bit emergent. It's kind of a double-edged sword. On the one way, you're being really nice and forgiving and time-effective and friendly to the consumer. On the other hand, they're not going to see all the work that your poor, writers and devs have implemented. More recently, they've said, okay, well, as side achievements, why not have everybody go over and see all the events, which is good. EOD had it, but there's a weird thing, right? So if you want to get all the achievements at Saitang Harbor, but you haven't seen one of them. Like, you need to get 6. You've done 5 already. That 6th one you can't see. And the 6th, it's a bit like fishing. That 6th one only spawns at dawn at the docks, right? And you don't happen to have been there at dawn on the docks. So what happens instead is, in the meantime, you end up repeating the same event over and over and over. You do all the other ones more times, but it doesn't ding the achievement. Then when you finally do ding the achievement, the whole thing resets and says, okay, now go do everything else. And you're not and now it's like, well, what the fuck? I already did this event 7 times. Now you want me to do it in 8th because arbitrarily on the previous 6, I hadn't finished the achievement, right? And so, and when I was looking at these, seemed very tedious to me. And again, it's this thing where you really have to you have to be alt-tabbing out and looking on the wiki a lot. And if you're not in the mindset for doing that, if you just want to chill, if you're not into that sort of go-get-'em kind of attitude, it's very tedious stuff. And I looked at that, and the way that the achievements worked when you mouse over, it looked to me like I had to do it like 4 or 5 times or something. What I didn't realize is they gave you double AP whenever it dinged and stuff. So actually, I'd been putting off a lot of the EOD stuff that was worth AP. And you can see, look at all these achievements, these repeatable achievements. This is all the stuff that you have to do, basically. The ones that will never truly fill in. And I basically went from, they were a lot better than I thought they were. So yeah, that was End of Dragons complete. By the way, a lot of this stuff after I finished Final Fantasy, I left you guys in mid-January. I was going to do an account, no, not an account update. I was going to do like a year channel retrospective review video. And I was going to maybe make it a bit of an account tour as well for Guild Wars. I didn't do that video, obviously, as you guys have seen. I'm going to gloss over this, but basically, I wrote the whole script for that. I wrote a really, really, really long video. It's basically the 4th thing that I did over last year that was very long, and I ended up just basically throwing in the bin. Because it basically just got a bit depressing, guys. It was like, here's the things I did, but here's the things I wish I did. Here's the things I did, but here's how I wish they'd been taken. And I just sort of thought, is this actually useful for everyone to watch? Is this fun to watch? Or is this just therapy for me? And I thought, do you know what? This is a bit miserable. It is basically just therapy for me, so I kind of canned it. Anyway, I was talking about some of this stuff in that video. But, yeah, so that's EOD, and then Secret of the Obscure. The only achievement I have left is this, purchase a golden ticket. It costs like 3,000 gold, and I just don't have it, really. I've noticed as well, a lot of stuff costs so much money, and I'm kind of getting swamped under in a lot of ways. So that's on the back burner. The Black Lion collections as well, funnily enough. So I've done most of them in the game. I mean, this is pretty good. A lot of these are cheap nowadays, because they shifted them. They made them like legacy Black Lion things, and you can get them quite easily with statuettes. But, yeah, I don't know if they released another one today, actually, but these are all so expensive. Festivals, a lot has happened. I'm waiting for Super Adventure Box, the very last festival thing, and I'm done with that finally. Legendary weapons I've gone crazy with. I've basically finished all of them. You can see pinned on the top right. I have Zap and Dawn. They're the last two, basically. I did actually made Clob Yarn. Did make Clob Yarn, but I don't have the AP for it. I don't know when I'll ever get that, actually. So I'm going to finish it all but that box. Rare collection. Oh, there's new rare collections. Oh, this is a shame, though. See, what I was mostly actually really impressed with, guys, was you see this panel here. You see I've got these two blue dots. That's because the Janthir Wilds mastery points. Those just came in this patch. That's why those dots are there. If I had started this 24 hours ago, these dots would not be here. For the first time ever. Okay, so when Heart of Thorns came out, or was it before? Was it the Season 2 patch with Lion's Art? I think it must have been when Heart of Thorns came out. They added the mastery system, and these dots appear on your achievements panel for when there's an achievement that has a mastery point with it for you to collect. And I never, since Heart of Thorns came out, never, not for 1 second, managed to clear them all off of my screen. I cleared a lot off. I cleared all the green HOT ones off years ago. I cleared all the red, the purple Path of Fire ones off years ago. But the core Tyria one, the red one, there was a rare collection. The gold fractal weapons, I didn't have that. I didn't have gold fractal weapons, and it was a core Tyrian mastery point. So for years, that was just staring me in the face. Was it this? No, this is the base one. It was staring me in the face, and I finally got it! Oh my god. In fact, I had all of them done, so I don't know what, except Abyssal. Oh, and Sky Scale, yeah, this is actually new. I've been slowly chunking away at that. Because there's actually a thing about rifts. Oh yeah, rifts as well I'm working on for Secrets of the Obscure. I got most of them, but you can only do 3 a week, and you never know what's going to come up on that week. In fact, I haven't looked since the patch. Let's see. This week it's Iron Marches, Verdant Brink, and Bitterfrost. I don't know how many of those I actually need. But yeah, anyway, so these are new, I guess, and there's a couple of new rare collections as well. That'll be fun. So there's the Mistburned Barrens. Very interesting. Sorry, taking a sip of coffee here. So that kind of segues me through, I guess, now into Janthir Wilds. Let's go. Oh, my inventory's way cooler as well. I'll give you guys some amazing inventory advice here too. Let's see. Shall we go to the Wizard's Tower? That's not really appropriate, is it? Fuck it. It's somewhat appropriate. Here we go. So here you're looking at fast load, by the way, which is revolutionary and everybody should use. It means you load into the Wizard's Tower in basically a second. Oh, and I'm in the Oniros armor here on Liss right now. Right, inventory, okay. I did, what, 3 years ago? Like an hour-long guide on cleaning your inventory. This is a hell of an inventory. This is the best fucking inventory I've ever had. So at the top is just essences, because they get spammed at you as you do convergences and stuff, and eventually I guess I'll use them for obsidian armor or whatever. And they're just there for storage right now. At the bottom, I have like my foods, so you have utilities on the top and then actual foods underneath. Other consumables, shit that stacks in annoyingly and won't go away. I also, for my account slots at the top, do that. It's like crate keys or luck, dies, black line chests, stuff like that clutters inventory. I have them up here. The treasure hunting kits as well, I guess. My kits over on the right. Permanent utilities on the left. Scrolls. One for the Eye of the North, which unfortunately there isn't a dedicated Eye of the North one. There's only the book, so there's always that extra click. But one for Arborstone and one for the Wizard's Tower, i.e. the 3 strike mission entrance locations. I wish Arenanet would centralize that. I mean, really. It's tedious doing strikes for 2 reasons, especially with the EOTN ones. The different, like, hub areas that everyone has to load around to, which is, like, annoying, because I've been doing a lot of, like, LFG strikes and stuff. But the other thing, with the EOTN ones, they really need to get rid of those pylons at the start. It's always the thing, right, where you've got 10 players, which, again, it shouldn't be, should be 5, but whatever. You get 10 players, 9 load in, 9 hit the pylon instantly, have all their stacks, and go wait to pull the boss. There's always a 10th guy who loads in really late and slow, and there's 9 people there ready to go, and it's bad enough that you're late, but I get it. Sometimes the pop-up doesn't happen. Sometimes we have slow loading screens. Sometimes our inventory has genuinely filled. Sometimes we've got kids, whatever, right? It's fine. Sometimes there will be that 9th person, they'll be slow, but they log in and then there's the fucking pylon, and so then you have to sit there while the pylon slowly regens and they slowly DPS it down and slowly collect all the orbs, but oh, it only gave them 29 stacks, not all 30. So now they wait for it to slowly regen again, hit it again, get all the stacks and go in. And it's like, man, I would just like to put it out there. Arenanet aren't going to fix this shit. They should get rid of the pylons, but since that's not going to happen, the community should just learn, if you're the late guy, you don't get the pylon. All right, sorry, but you do less damage this run. Just do the pull. Everyone's waiting for you. But, so yeah, the EOTN ones are a bit tedious. But anyway, 3 things. Revive orbs, which I've always had an epic stockpile of, always. But actually started getting low, and I realized that really sort of the meta in the game now. A bit of advice to you guys who might be a bit lapsed with the game or whatever. But when you do your Wizard's Tower stuff, your Wizard's Vault stuff, buy the Revive Orbs every season on the Wizard's Vault. It's a good idea, and it will keep the Revive Orbs going up for you. I've always looked at this in kind of a weird way, because these are overpowered. They're like TP to a friend. TP to a friend and Revive Orbs are like big, big convenience. Like, it's more than just convenience. They're huge, huge things for players that new people don't have and established players have lots of. And I don't like that, and I don't think it's right for what this franchise set out to be or whatever. But the Wizard's Vault is actually this great, like, balancing thing there. People can get it. New players can get these. So, speaking of the Vault, the Vault's weird as well. I had loads of gaps in the Vault. There was stuff I didn't have done. I mean, I did the Secrets of the Obscure one and the Realms of Dreams one, but I was the Midnight King season I did not finish before last year. Loads of them I had like all these big gaps, loads of skins. I now have every single skin from every single season that's ever released, and then some. Last season, not only did I have time to catch up on everything just from doing the weeklies and the dailies, I mean everything, but all the other shit available. Like I bought all the materials, all the gold, the Revive Orbs, as I'm saying. Like, the shop was empty. It was truly empty. So it's finally refreshed, I guess. And I had 800 points left over. So look, you guys can totally catch up with this. My opinion of the Wizard's Vault has actually gone up a lot over the past 3 months. I've been a bit of a miser about this, but it has gone up quite a lot as well, actually. So, you know, and I'm not afraid to change my opinion. I think I might have been a bit overzealously. I think it could have done things better, but it's not a total dumpster fire, which I think I'd been acting a little bit like it was. So we've got a throne. The Wayward Wisp quest license. What is this? Acquiring this item unlocks a quest from the Wizard's Vault to obtain the Forest Wisp accessory and infusion. Oh, it's an accessory! I guess the infusion is going to be the visuals on that we can put onto anyone we like. Old growth weapons. Oh yeah, so the patch notes say that there's an update to the TP as well this release, which is something like when you buy quantity. I think it said something about a quantity slider now works like the Wizard's Vault slider. Oh, or is it just the reverse? The Wizard's Vault slider now works like the TP slider. I think that's what I'm seeing, actually. The patch notes gave me the impression it was the other way around. Yeah, and then you got your standard stuff. Another legendary weapon. Oh, I've been making legendaries as well. I mean, I haven't just been getting the precursors. By the way, those precursor collections, they are so expensive, and precursors are worth nothing now. I mean, truly, like, give me a precursor, someone in chat. I don't know, Chaos Gun, I guess I'll start us off with. 20 gold. 20 gold. If you manually make the Chaos Gun via the achievements, it will cost you like 300 gold. At least, probably. I don't know. I think that's a good ballpark, 300 gold. I mean, it's crazy now. So, like, I sort of wish I'd done this years ago and then just sold the precursors, and I would have come out, you know, not necessarily on top, but somewhere. It wouldn't have been an expenditure necessarily. But yeah, the expense behind getting all these little 2 AP, 2 AP, 2 AP. Yeah, by the way, so finishing everything. I'm now at a point with my account, except this patch just came out, obviously. I'm now at a point where if I want to get more AP, it's back to where it was years ago, where it's like I have to play World versus World. World versus World is where all my remaining AP is. I got up to 48k. I actually thought I'd be much higher than 48k because in the Spud Club, and I'm very proud of you guys, I think it's unbelievable. When I started all this, I looked in the Spud Club, and we have Carrier on 50k. So I was like, oh man, people are around 50k. 50k is like I'm so used to being really high up on there, and I was down at like 46 or something, and I was thinking, fuck me, I've got 4K left to get. Jesus Christ. That's in Spud 1. In Spud 2, over on the NA side, and if you look in Spud, we have a lot of 40 plus K people. In Spud 2, we have Milo Milk, who's on 49.9 and can easily ding that over to 50. So I was thinking, oh man, you know, players are at 50. I gotta start catching up. This is crazy. But I'll tell you guys, the effort to get to this, I've never really I know I've got like quite a lot of AP, but I've never really felt like I'm an achievement hunter. What I just feel like I've done is try to experience all of the content in the game, right? So if Arenanet put achievements in, because quite often achievements have dialogue, they have story, they have other objectives. I know a lot of it's fairly mind-numbing, and it's not for everyone, and it is tedious stuff, and there are probably better things to do with your free time than sitting around playing Club Canuck says, right? I get it. It's not for everyone, and a lot of it is tedious shite. But, you know, I've always just been like, well, I'll get everything I can out of the patch. I'll just play it all. I really have always kind of abhorred this thing where people get in, they rush, they beeline through the golden path, and then that's it. They say, oh, where's my content? And then you say, well, there's this, and this, and they say, no, but I only like raiding. And it's like, all right, well, you know, people just looking for an excuse to bitch. I feel like to be in that position, you kind of got to do everything. If you do everything and you feel like it was lackluster, now your opinion matters. If you did fuck all and you feel like it's lackluster, it's like, well... Anyway, so... So I got a lot of AP, but that's always just because I just play the game. I tried to get everything out of the game. Not that I'm going for AP, right? But I can say this last 3K, I kind of was going for AP, you know, I really was. And it was brutal. It was so hard. It was insane to me to get to 45K, like, effortlessly, I say with air quotes. And then the last 3, it was like, oh my fucking god. So I have to say, to those of you who are in Spud, or just in the game in general, that are at 50K already, those of you that are at 50K, you guys are fucking madmen. Like, that's crazy. I get it. There's about 200 AP I could get out of World vs. World. World vs. World does have a lot of AP. I get it. But, sorry, 2,000 AP. That's high. That's high. It's not like 50K is the new normal. It's like those guys are really, really, really fucking good. And, you know, it's quite cool to see so many of us so high in Spud. Anyway, yeah, by the way, if you guys want to join Spud, you can still send me an invite. I still accept. I still bring people in. Not that we have much reason. You have much reason to be in a guild, frankly. Again, this is why I would love to see more guild improvements. So one thing I did do over back in January was I did do my big video, things I really want to see for the game, and I was very like community building oriented with that. You know, things that would help LFG, things that would help guilds, stuff like that. Those sorts of systems. And I still stand by everything I said in that video. So hopefully we'll see stuff for guilds going forwards. So yeah, I think that's it. I don't know. What else have I got to talk about? I've been playing Monster Hunter Wilds a little bit as well. Nothing like Kerry and a few others that I spent time in Discord with in the evenings. Like a few of my friends have put like they're like Hunter rank 100 plus already. I'm like 20 or something. It's an okay game. I feel like it's much improved from the last one in some ways, but in others, I can sort of improve, liked World a bit more. Some people were asking me to stream that. I have to say, I'm not a huge Monster Hunter franchise fan. You know, I've played 2 of them, the recent ones. That's it. You know, I'm not... It's amazing, actually. It was 5 years ago, the other one. It's amazing how much I forgot or feels weirdly familiar. It's like, oh, yeah, because they're using all the same icons and all the same items and everything. But yeah, and the other game, there's another game Kerry showed me, and we played co-op a few times, but I've completely fallen in love with, called Heroes of Hammerwatch. It's a very small indie game. It's a roguelike ARPG, and it's fantastic. You guys should definitely play. If you want a mindless, grindy game, you should definitely play Heroes of Hammerwatch 2. I absolutely love that. Yeah, I missed Rise. Rise was a Switch port, wasn't it? Again, they say I'm not that into it. And for Rise, I was thinking... Also, this new Monster Hunter is the first Monster Hunter that I feel like has stressed my PC. You know, a few years ago, you guys helped fund this PC. We got a 3080. Do you guys remember? It was Lunar New Year. And I was streaming, just as you're watching here right now. We were running around in Lunar New Year. And we had like a donation drive going. It was fantastic. My old PC was cutting off. At the time, I was getting that PC to try and make End of Dragons look as good as possible, remember? I wanted good high frames. I wanted to, you know... In the end, I don't think that really mattered that much. I mean, End of Dragons was pretty, don't get me wrong. But... And the PC's amazing, also, don't get me wrong. And it's helped us do all of these, like, 2K. Like, I'm streaming in 2K right now. It's pretty fucking good. It's all thanks to this PC. Anyway, the first time it was really weird, because to me, that only just happened, that donation drive. And I want to use this PC for many years longer. I'm not in the market for a new PC or anything. But turning on that Monster Hunter game, I don't know whether it's just because it's terribly optimized. To me, it looks about the same as the last game, but it runs like shit. It's the first thing I've played, and I'm not the kind of person that just rushes to every new release, right? But it's the first thing that I've played where I'm like, wow, you've made my 3080 feel out of date. So hopefully they optimize it with better drivers and shit like that, I don't know. And that's about it, I think. Sokos says, any plans for Guild Wars 1's 20th anniversary? Absolutely. It's talking about long-ass scripts I wrote. I still have a script for a Guild Wars 1 balance video that I was writing last June, maybe? It's too late now, I think, probably. But yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to see what they do with that. I really hope that they do something cool for the 20th anniversary. Last year, so like I say, I wrote this big thing. It was like my year in review. And I really cherish about a month last year, a month and a half. I was super into Guild Wars 1. I wasn't streaming what I was doing. I think I made a video or two. But Guild Wars 1 really gripped me last year. I was so into it for a while. I was over on the Guild Wars Toolbox Discord, and I like opened a feature request on their GitHub and stuff. I was really into the game, and I was playing a lot, and I was gearing all my heroes up, and I was collecting 7 elemental shields with the fast casting attribute for my Mesmer, 1 for each element and physical damage type. I was doing a lot. I was getting ready to write a Steam guide. I fucking loved playing Guild Wars 1 last year, and the whole time I was playing it, I was just thinking, oh my god, this would be great. This would be great in terms of balance. Please change this. Please change this. And, you know, SCW has a post from about a year ago saying that his time on Guild Wars 1's gone from like 20% to 80%. And there have been, you know, techie patches going in there. I think they were just leery about skills and balance and real stuff because they don't really know the game. And I know that sounds crazy, but look, I'm like that, all right? If I'm not actively playing it, it doesn't take me long to feel completely out of my depth with conversation about it, you know? And I doubt a lot of Arenanet employees are still there relentlessly playing Guild Wars 1. Seriously, I doubt any of them are at all. So they're scared of doing balance changes, you know? They need to sit in and feverishly play it for a month or two to have valid ideas. And, you know, who knows whether that win will ever catch any of them. But, yeah, Guild Wars 1's great, and I'm looking forward to the patch. It should be cool. In fact, we're probably in a very good era for Guild Wars right now, because I'm super into Guild Wars 2, and this release just came out, and the anniversary is not far away, obviously. Right, speaking of the new release, almost drank my entire coffee here, and we haven't even properly got to it. So, first things first, let's recap what happened last week. Well, let's recap what happened back in December. December 10th, there was a patch to the game that added some new lore. Okay, well, hold on. There was a patch, and poor Cossage over in the Spud Club Discord has been trying to get my attention on this for ages, and I just haven't done it. Despite everything I've just said, right? I've been raiding in this, I've been doing daily fractals in this, I did the World vs. World Rush in this, I did all these achievements. I have been playing the fuck out of Guild Wars 2. Seriously, I've been playing the shit out of this game. And it's been really quiet and really eerie and really weird to sort of be super into it, but feel like it does sort of feel like a lot of people have moved on. But even despite all of that, I have not raided in Mount Barrier. I've done a bunch of the other raids, but I've just not gone back to Mount Barrier since playing with you guys, you know, what, 3 months ago, whenever it was? I've just not gone back. So there was a patch at some point, Cossage has been trying to get my attention on it, where they added some new lore books in there. I don't know what those say. I don't know whether that's actually what I don't think it's what I'm about to read out. Also, in December 10th, okay, there were some new letters added to the last story patch. Letters like this one. This is a letter from Queen Jenna. You find this in the Wizard's Tower. This is new Janthea Wild story that I missed on my previous videos because it wasn't in yet. This got added to the game while we were playing, you know, our Blood Mage over in PoE 2. Hopefully you guys caught those streams. They actually just announced a big patch for that as well, didn't they? Hero of Hammerwatch is good. Yeah, I mean, I played a little bit of the first one. But the new one has just really gripped me. I've got a level 60 Ranger, a level 59 Warlock, a level 40 Warrior. I don't have a Thief or a Sorcerer. I have a level 15 Wizard. Just slowly working my way through it. It's just good fun. I like the game. Anyway, I think the numbers and the balance and the tuning and their understanding of what a fun RPG is in terms of actually gearing and shit, I think they're bang on with it. I think they're really smart, and I'd love to see their studio get more funding to go bigger and better next time, because it's such a cool game. The way it scales from nothing to just insane. If you guys played Vampire Survivors, a couple of years back, and you want a good multiplayer version of that, but you can play it single player too, which is mostly what I do. Check out Heroes of Hammerwatch. Anyway, a letter from Queen Jenna. Is Garen, I have approved a shipment of necessary supplies to help the Lowlanders in their restoration efforts. The Titans have devastated much of their local agriculture and infrastructure. We will be utilizing the portal that connects Divinity Reach to Moon Camp to deliver them in a timely manner. Countess Anise will provide you and Warden Frode with any details you may need. I strongly advise you to cooperate for the sake of our developing bonds with the Astral Ward. So is she being a bit sneery? Is she suggesting his instinct is to not cooperate with that last sentence? That's probably fair, right? He's quite isolationist in a lot of ways. Okay, so that's the first letter. Windows is... I'm looking at... Oh my god, I need to clean this folder up. This is insane. Sort by date. No, not that way. Do it again. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Right, okay, so that's that letter. Then we got this one from Stoic Alder from Councillor Ludo. Salutations! This is an auto-generated mail from the office of Councillor Ludo, the Dean of Statics in Ratasum. The faculty member you are attempting to reach is either away from the College of Statics or far too busy to respond whatever it is you have written about. If you are a student or a colleague of Councillor Ludo, please keep to their designated office hours for in-person affairs. If your need is urgent, then leave word with one of their assistants. Excelsior! Councillor Ludo, I like this. P.S. If you're Councillor Flunt, Ludo is only required to speak to you when the Arcane Council is in session, and not a second more. Nice. I don't think they have any plans for Flunt, so it's nice to see... Well, right now, anyway. So it's nice to see just these characters and their story threads continuing a little bit. So a letter from Cresting Wave. So you'll see there on that screenshot, it's purple. It's because I clicked the link. I couldn't remember who Cresting Wave was. Cresting Wave is one of the Polar Coden that we saw in Lion's Arch at the meeting during Secret of the Obscure, and they also happen to be the claw of one of the big sanctuaries floating around in Frostgorge Sound. This is not one of the Coden from that love story. Guys, I don't know about this patch. If they expand a bit more on the Coden in Ore and all that shit, I'm going to be so excited. But you'll see, I have high hopes for this patch. Because some of the stuff that they've released before this came out was pretty good. So here, this is Cresting Wave. Stoic Alder. Is this a Coden voice? We're going with it. I admit I was surprised to receive your invitation, given the brevity of our talks with the Tyrian Alliance's deliberations. Deepwater was rather impressed with your candor and patience, as was I. I guess Deepwater I didn't click. I guess that's another claw from Frostgorge Sun. This Battle's Eve feast sounds like a solemn affair, ripe with emotion and reflection. We of deep and troubled waters are not unfamiliar with such events. In the days Jormag and their ilks separated and hunted our kind into different waters, we revelled in the quiet moments between attacks. These days it feels strange to have more and more of that quiet now that the dragons are gone. Even so, I regret I cannot attend this celebration. My efforts are focused on partnering with the Norn to scout safe routes back into the far Shiver Peaks now that the Dragonstorm has ended. But more than that, I would not wish to sour the sentiments of the feast with talk of my own faith and the ancient divisions wrought from it. Oh, look, they are getting to a little bit. The ancient divisions. Know that I keep you and the Coden of Harvest Den in my prayers, and that I will consider plans to visit in fairer seasons. Coda's blessing... Cresting Waves. Okay. I've never read these before, by the way. And then there was a letter from Bram as well. Stoic Alder. I want to thank you for inviting me to your Battle's Eve feast. It sounds like my kind of party. One of the hard truths I'm learning about leadership is that I can't just rush off whenever I want, which kind of frustrates every part of my being. Wolf yearns for the hunt, but I know I should heed Raven's wisdom. For now, my responsibilities in Kragstead require my attention. That said, Make sure the commander enjoys several pints of honey wine in my place, and if you're planning on giving any pre-battle speeches, it couldn't hurt to bend a knee their way for some pointers. I remember a particularly stirring call to arms they gave before our first bout with Kralkatorrik. Oh my god, speaking of Monster Hunter, that's that instance in Thunderhead Peak, right, where they do some little Monster Hunter references in there, don't they, with the food? Until our paths cross again, may your spears land true and the titans crack beneath your paws. Nice, you got away with words there, Bram. So, yeah, so those are the letters. Then, last week, this came out. Or maybe a little bit before last week, actually. Jesus, it was on 27th of February. Anyway, so I read this when it came out. We were talking about it in the Spud Discord. This is a primer on the Massart, the unseen ones. Interesting. So, Janthir Wilds is pretty fucking good, in my opinion. But why do I like it so much? Well, I'm a Guild Wars 1 player. I happen to have been around in 2006, 7, 8, and 9. Increasingly distant years when the Titans and the Prophecy story was most relevant. I mean, even then, the Prophecy story was mostly only the 06 stuff, right? So they bring this stuff back. I'm in my element. I mean, the Abaddon and the Forge stuff is kind of, you know... so that's Nightfall, obviously. But anyway, so I'm in my element, but I don't really remember a lot of it. And it's a weird one because it is like, okay, what about all the new players? What are they doing to get into it? Do they watch YouTubers and listen to them rant about it, and then they've got a gist? Do their friends tell them? What they really needed, what Arenanet needed to do before Janthir Wilds was a primer on the big lore topics. I just want to say, I think it's fantastic the way that they handled Janthir Wilds. I think... just being nerdy and excitable about old information and just trusting people will pick it up as they go along. I think that's the way to do it. Just tell a really cool story. And if it's a layered and intricate and difficult story to understand, you know, don't fret over it too much. Don't dumb it down. Don't water it down. Don't look at new things just to appeal to that new demographic. Just write what's great. And you know, don't. I mean, fret a little, but don't fret too much. You know, it's like my parents just got into Game of Thrones. They just got into Game of Thrones, which sort of blew my mind. I was very into Game of Thrones. Every year it came out, I'd watch the old series and then again. And so, you know, I caught a little bit of Season 1 with them, and to hear them talk about it and to actually see Season 1, that's a show, right? That, like, there's so much backstory and there's so much stuff about, you know, Robert's Rebellion and whatever that just gets flung at you in both A Song of Ice and Fire, the books, and the show. But, you know, it's captivating in a way, and it immerses you, and as long as it does have meaning, and it is a real history or whatever, it sort of doesn't detract from the product in a way. And I feel the same way about Janthir Wilds in a way, right? Like, there's all this extra stuff back there, but don't shy, don't skimp, just go for it. I know it was years ago, in 2006, 7, whatever, but just go for it. That's what they did with Janthir Wilds, and I really enjoyed it. But it can be a bit impenetrable. So I think one of the things that they might have done that would have been really good is a blog post that was like, okay, here's a primer about the Titans. Here's a primer about the Scepter of War. In a way that tips their hand as to what the story is going to be about. You don't get the, whoa, it's a Titan moment so much necessarily. But I think these things are useful. If not before release, right around release. And that's what they've done for this patch. They've done it for the Massart. And actually, as we read this blog post together, I think you guys will notice how convoluted the Massart are as a race. I like to think of the writers, right, in the writers' room, especially if you're like, you know, you're fresh out of university, whatever, you scored a job at Arenanet. You got to learn this fucking fantasy world that you know nothing about. And it's like, they best have a really good internal wiki or lore masters in there that can say, no, this is what we know, this is what the players know, this is what's been hinted at. You know, you have to know all that stuff very concretely. And I like to imagine that this primer is useful not just for us as the players, but it's also been useful to the writers. Like, the writers had to get together at some point and say, okay, what the fuck with the Massart? Okay, this, here's what's concrete, basically, right? And they figured that out for themselves, what is concrete. And then there's this blog post where we get to hear that as well now. And so this is quite interesting because it goes over old information, but it also... it kind of sheds new light as well, and it does give us some new tidbits which I think are going to be relevant in this patch. So I really enjoyed reading this because it was something concrete, you know. So let's see. On our second major update for Janthir Wilds, sorry, our second update I'm just reading what I think is going to come up instead of actually reading it. We'll be sharing many details, what to expect soon. Today, we'd like to spend some time recapping the known lore surrounding the nefarious and mysterious Masat. Brushing up on these stories will help set the stage for our upcoming release. But with that in mind, there are some story and lore spoilers in this blog, so proceed with caution. I don't get that disclaimer. What? Who are you? What? Who is that for? I seriously don't believe there's anything in this that would ruin the next patch for people. I just don't. Or what? What is that? Is that for people still who haven't played Prophecies and are actually in the market of playing Prophecies? I don't know, guys. Listen, I'm just going to say it again. Spoiler warnings have gotten out of control. Ancient rivalries. The Masar are a species of powerful spellcasters with a long and shadowed history interior. These tall humanoids possess elongated bodies, preferring to float ominously rather than walk. Alongside the dwarf... By the way, this, in a weird way as well, the writing style in this is very interesting. They're very short, like almost like bullet points, you know? Alongside the dwarves, Jotun, Forgotten, and Seers, the Masar are known as an elder race of Tyria, the beings who preceded and survived the rise of the Elder Dragons before the events of the original Guild Wars. In those ancient times, the Masar and Forgotten allied to subdue Zaitan, but their efforts failed, and the Masar resented the other elder races for pulling their support away before the fight had even begun. See, immediately, right, that sentence there, I love reading that in a nice, concrete, flat, straight way, because that story beat really has only been divulged to us in some very weird ways. Like you have to read pickups on Ember Bay that suggest it, but when you're reading these fragments on Ember Bay that talk about it, you don't know how much is true, you don't know how much is clouded by history. You know, it's a very new, weird, wild card piece of information that we were given. And then they just kind of left it. You know, Ember Bay was years and years and years ago now. So it's like, how important is that? How much do we think about that? What? And so to see it there in the blog post, just written very matter-of-factly and like, this was real, this happened exactly like this, and it's probably important for the next patch. It kind of freshens everything up, you know. It's like, it feels like spring cleaning to me in a way. It feels really good. So yeah, very definitive about that. Sometime after the Elder Dragons returned to their slumber, the Masar and the Seers waged war for thousands of years, until the Seers were all but extinct. During that war, the Masar began using a terrible weapon called spectral agony, which killed its victims while causing them indescribable amount of pain. This is interesting too. They say like a terrible weapon called spectral agony, like it's like a definitive physical kind of thing. I always thought of it as a magic, and what they say there doesn't necessarily mean it's not a magic. It's a weapon, it's a magical weapon, right? But I don't know, I thought of it as like a spell that they constructed or something in a way. Also, here, look. So they say with the 1B that the Masar resent the other races for pulling support away before the Zaitan fight. And then in the second, immediately after, they talk about the Masar and Seer war. But they don't phrase it as because of this, right? This could have been written in those ancient times. The Masar and Forgotten allied to subdue Zaitan, but their efforts failed. And the Masar resented the Elder races for pulling their support away before the fight had even begun. Because of this, after the Elder Dragons returned to their slumber, the Masar and Seers waged war for thousands of years until the Seers were almost extinct. That's what they could have written. It would make a lot of sense to say one thing caused the other, but they don't. They specifically leave that. And I think that's because the story is going to be playing in that space for a bit, and it always kind of has been as well, actually. You know, maybe there's a lot of other reasons for the war and, you know, other animosities. Maybe a lot of time passed. You know, and Janthir Wilds and Secrets of the Obscure have been so rich with this stuff about Sidoni, the leader of the Seers. What was Sidoni's title? Can you guys remember? They had a ruler title. It was really interesting. Anyway, if we get more about Sidoni in this patch, and I think we might, I'll be very, very excited. So anyway, so yeah, the war, the Masar basically won the war. But the Seers did develop a defense for Spectral Agony. The blog post doesn't talk about that, but, you know, they can't do everything. Anyway, the Rise of the White Mantle, years and years and years later. After learning to hide from those without the gift of true sight. Oh, yeah, so the Masar, like I say, they're convoluted. They've got the Spectral Agony thing, but then they also have this thing where they can hide. They could be invisible. And what was that invisibility? Was that a connection to the mists? What was that? In 2012, with Ara Path 2, you had a Masar path, and where the Asura are looking into it. because there's all these interesting parallels between the Asura and the Masat that the path kind of like shows a little bit of. But they're studying this thing where the Masat become invisible, and they say, oh, the Masat are like slipping out of phase with Tyria, slipping out of phase with your alley, which kind of sounds like they might be mistraveling, but it's not really. And Janthir Wilds has obviously talked about how, you know, the Masat that are here are kind of exiled here. They're not really mistravelers at all. They're exiled here, and they've been abandoned by a bunch of other people, other Masat. So this post goes into it in quite a nice way. They say, after learning to hide from those without the gift of true sight, the Masat began manipulating Tyrian events in secret. Lazarus the Dire was a powerful Masat who was instrumental in helping his people influence members of the other sentient races of Tyria. That's interesting as well. I don't remember Lazarus being that way. Lazarus was remarkable for surviving the Titan wipeout with multiple phylacteries. That was his big deal, really, but hey. He was a big focus of Season 3, so I guess we'll elevate his prominence a little bit. Anyway, the Masat were particularly interested in keeping the Flame Seeker prophecies, which foretold their own eradication by the Titans, from becoming reality. So Glint wrote this prophecy and kind of kicked it all off. Good one, Glint. And we get this image here. This was used in the Bastion of the Penitent, and it was reused in Season... Oh, no. I mean, it was in Season 3, but I don't know. I don't remember if it was in the Zero Raid or the Bastion. Anyway, Lazarus chose the human. Wait. What? Lazarus chose the human Saul D'Alessio to form the White Mantle in an effort to rule Cryer as the puppet Messiah. Lazarus did that? Was that always... No, I thought Optimus Caliph did that. In the bonus mission... Oh, God, I'm being such a nerd. You know that Simpsons scene?
In the episode 2F09, Scratchy hits a xylophone, the same note on a xylophone twice with two distinct sounds. Boy, I hope somebody was fired for that blunder.
I feel like that guy. But hold on, though. I mean, I think it's Lazarus, Mercia, and Optimus. And Optimus was kind of the leader at that point, wasn't he? Anyway, Lazarus chose Saul D'Alessio, I guess he was there, to form the White Mantle in an effort to rule Cryer as puppets of the Masat. The Masat helped the Crichtons battle against the Char when they were outnumbered and desperate. This assistance came with a price, however, and the Masat killed any they deemed unworthy, leaving only the most stalwart zealots alive. Saul realized too late that these gods were not the salvation he prayed for, and he was taken away by his unseen masters. See, hold on, pause there. That's really interesting as well. They gloss over a lot there, because Janthir Wilds is playing in this space of like, okay, after that, but before his abduction, Saul came up here on his big pilgrimage following the golden... Did they call it the Golden Path? I can't remember. But, you know, and he went to... He went through this region that you can see I'm standing in right now. Saul was here. And the question is, how complicit was he at that point? Did he know? Maybe they just, like, gave him a body double or something. I don't know. But, yeah, the blog post kind of, like, whizzes very quickly through that. Saul realized too late that these gods were not the salvation he prayed for, and he was taken away by his unseen masters. Even after Saul's abduction, the Masat used their White Mantle puppets to commit horrific sacrifices in an attempt to keep the door of Kamali shut and prevent the Titans from emerging. On one site of these atrocities was Gavril. So here they do establish a timeline, actually, that maybe it wasn't the real Saul, because they allude to Saul, don't they? Saul visited these places. His name's on the manifests and stuff in Janthir Wilds. The residents of which the White Mantle was subjugated. When the village was emptied, the Masat turned on their White Mantle sycophants. And even the White Mantle got cut open as well. Where are we next? This one. Ultimately, the Masat failed. The door of Kamali was opened. The Titans emerged. And the Masat fell. Big shout out to the original player character right there. Mastering the Masat, Shadowcraft. So, this is new, guys. Shadowcraft. Before this blog post came out, Shadowcraft was not a term I had ever heard in the context of Guild Wars. Like, I think someone messaged me on Discord, and I was like, Shadowcraft? That doesn't ring any bells. You know, when I think Shadowcraft, I think, like, Shadow Magic. It actually makes me think of WoW, to be honest. Not that I'm a big WoW player. I played Classic, but I followed Hearthstone for a long time. And don't priests get Shadow Magic? Isn't that a thing? There's like shadow words that priests use, and I think there was wasn't there a card that turned your hero power into a DPS hero power? It was like all purple or whatever. Shadow, I mean, look, there's shadow arts, I guess, with the thief and the assassin. But yeah, Shadowcraft, this is new. So I assume we'll hear a bit more about this in this patch. But they've described the Masart magic as that. They say the Masart practice a kind of magic called Shadowcraft, which allow them to travel through a shadowed pocket of existence within Tyria. So we're kind of... Do you remember how... I'm just going to be honest, how shit it was discussing End of Dragon's lore, properly discussing the End of Dragon's lore, when it came to the Void and all this other stuff, because you kind of got into, like, magical science and magical logic, and it didn't really feel like it made much sense, and it was like, oh, this is just tedious and difficult. I kind of feel like, it's a shadowed pocket of existence within Tyria. Well, give me an example of another pocket of existence within Tyria. The Mystic Forge? Is it like a gin lamp kind of thing? I don't know. I would have liked an example of an equivalent or something, but whatever. So they travel through this shadowed pocket, and this is expansion basically on the Arar Path 2 stuff. Using Masart mirrors, they were able to travel long distances in a short amount of time by passing through that shadowed realm. Like, I get it. It's kind of like, you know, it's like the Minecraft Nether or whatever, if you like. But it's not mist travel. That's the key thing, right? They're exiled to Tyria. They can use the Shadow Realm, but they can't... I don't know. Shadow Realm last patch, guys? And look, there could be something genius here where they managed to tie this to Nyos. Because you notice the blog post hasn't talked about Nyos yet. We'll get to that in a second. Shadowcraft is a rogue set of gear in Classic WoW. Oh, there you go. There's the info. Oh, does Yu-Gi-Oh? Is it in Yu-Gi-Oh? I was never very familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh. A new mastery line in the next major release will allow the Wayfinder to tap into the same magic after learning more about the Masart and exploring the outer ruins of their great cities. Sorry, of one of their great cities. So I was excited. I can do this now. Let's have a look-sees. Masart Shadowcraft. Play through the Janthir Wild story chapter Into the Valley of Shadow to unlock the Masart Shadowcraft mastery track. Oh, well, there you go. Oh, and homesteading's updated as well. Master recipes. Okay, how many new recipes is that? By the way, I've looked a little bit into decorating. That UI really needs to be improved. I mean, it's basically type or die. I'll show you guys, actually. So one of the things, I've got a real good routine going on here. Oh, I can show you why my inventory is amazing. Ready? Okay, so this is inventory right now is very, very clean, okay? So here's what I've done. I've got my, you know, just regular big bags up at the top. These are Gossamer saddlebags. These are the tailoring versions on medium armor characters. I'm going to have the medium ones. On heavy, I'm going to have the heavy ones. You know, the boxes and the oiled packs or whatever. This bandolier, this Omakhan bandolier is amazing. It's from Season 4, Episode 2, the Sandswept Isles. You guys might remember it coming out. You should definitely get one of these. I abandoned it for years. I didn't bother it for years. It's totally unique in the... there's a World vs. World thing that's quite close to it. But basically, consumables go in there. So what's going to happen is I'm going to gather a billion things in my homestead here. And anything I need to double-click to get another box out of another box out of another box, instead of like scrutinizing and looking row by row by row, it's just going to put them all neatly here. They're all just neatly going to go, everything on this row, I just double-click. Simple as that. Beneath that is a cowrie bag and another cowrie bag. These are both cowries. Which is where all materials go. So what's going to happen is just immediately, nice and cleanly, anything sellable or salvageable goes to the top. Anything I double click to consume, it goes to the middle, and all my materials go underneath. And which is what, look at how satisfying this is. Ready? So we'll grab this. Why am I coming here? Oh yeah, and I'll show you the scribing in a second. So I've been growing kale because I believe it has value on the TP, but the real reason I'm growing kale is because it's very good for converting into fibers for the decoration stuff. There's a good convergence on it, ratio on it, and I think it's because basically anything that was worth money Oh, usually I have a thing to charge there as well. Anything worth money, they made cheap, basically, as a part of the homestead. So yeah, we grab these. I actually think I finally ran out of some of these resources, yeah. You know, I have, on my account, I never realized this before. I have 1,500 Zephyrite keys. I have like 30,000 geodes or something. Just some obscene amount from back when I was PvPing 2 years ago. Oh yeah, here we go. So, oh no, that's cooking. So with the handiwork, like look at this. You can't really scroll this to meaningfully find what you want to craft. It's just, it's impossible. It's too difficult. It's not like when you're in VS Code or whatever, and as you scroll down, the header of the collapsible thing will stay stuck at the top, so you at least know where you're navigating. On this, you don't know anything. So you have to type in. You have to have an idea what you want to do, and you have to type it. It's a bit of a shame. I feel like maybe tabs across the top would be better or something, or at least the ability to expand it. It seems really silly that I would even bother talking about the crafting UI, but it is weird how that UI's had a bunch of QOL and updates in recent years, right? Like, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so we open those, we get our leather. You come over here. This is always so satisfying. You know, I've had a full home instance for years, but never really bothered with it. It was just too slow. But these collection boxes are amazing. I love the collection boxes. It's so quick and easy to just do this. Oh, and by the way, they're actually giving me XP now. That's kind of cool. So you can't see it, but it's a lot of XP you get from this. You can't see it at all, actually, because it costs a lot of XP, I guess, to fill this in. 2,540,000. We have to open the Christmas present separate, and then one final collection box. And then once a week, you can buy your materials and stuff. But yeah, so, and then I go get my provisioners tokens, and I visit the guy at the Wizard's Tower with all the gobbler things. But here, look at my inventory now, right? So, down here, we just got a shit ton of stuff. So this is all consumable. So, identified gear, boxes, other boxes. When it's a thing, these are both consumables and materials. So they're a bit weird, I guess. And then as I ID the gear goes into the top. So there you have it. And then we just salvage whatever we want. Check the research kit as well. And when I hit deposit, mostly it all gets cleaned up. I mean, I have this magic here, which I need to figure out. I don't know why I have a bandit death mark. That's, oh, from opening the bandit chest, I guess. The eggnog's a bit annoying. Also, baubles are kind of annoying. Like, I've been collecting these so much. I've got stacks and stacks of them in my bank now. And it's like, really, this is just one trib run. Is there any point really collecting the baubles all year round? But whatever. Like, it's not worth how tedious it is to keep messing with that stuff. But yeah, what in this blog post got us talking about the Massart Shadowcraft? Oh, the new mastery line. Yeah, okay, so there you go. And then, lastly for the blog post, exploring the mist-burned barrens. During the events of Secret of the Obscure, we learned that the Massart do not originate from Tyria at all, but in fact came from Nyos, the Realm of Dreams. So again, here, they are being very concrete about that, because do you remember, like, it might even be the very previous episode in this playlist, I was going on and on and on about, like, I thought I'd seen a Janthea token or something in Nyos, and I was looking for it, and I couldn't find the fucking thing. I just couldn't find it. But yeah, so apparently the Massart do come from the Realm of Dreams. And after they left, I guess that's when Eparch stepped up. We've also discovered that the Massart weren't entirely extinct, as we were introduced to Mabon, a senior member of the Wizard's Court, and our only known Massart ally. Now, to me, that's a big red signal flare there that says, okay, this, because there's an idea of another character, this High Inquisitor Dada. So a little prediction for this patch, guys. I'll go on a limb here. I think we're going to meet Dada in this patch. She might be the cliffhanger. She might be at the start. I don't know. But I think Dada will be in this patch. And I think right there, Arenanet are basically saying, get used to the idea that there's more Massart. They mentioned this idea of Dada, and Dada, I think it was Dada herself in her writing, she says many of us flung to the far corners when we didn't want to consent to this madness. Manakaz as well. So yeah, we got Lazarus the Dire, we got Optimus Caliph, a few of the other names from Prophecies like Mercy the Smug, but they also introduced Manakaz in the last patch. You know, he's dead, we know he's dead, we met his ghost. But he was, it seems like the almost like scientist Massart that originated this idea of the blood magic at the stone as a method of getting around the Titans. And Dada was pissed off with Manakaz and all of his sycophants and insane cultists, and she was saying, what the fuck, like, when did the plan change? The plan is to stop being exiled. The plan is to go home. That's what she was saying. Why are we just going to try and stop the Titans now? Fuck this. And she left. That was basically her situation, as far as I read it. And now, I guess, based on this blog post, I know that when she says home, she means Nyos. In the next major release for the Janthir Wilds, the Wayfinder will explore the ruined outskirts of Bavanissos, an ancient Mersat city built on the battleground where the Mersat-Seer Wars finally ended with the Seers defeated. Now that's cool! Amazing! I didn't think... I had no idea that Bavanissos would be built on the ancient battleground of the final battle. That's a very cool idea. I like that. That's all entirely new. Completely new. With their enemies gone and the human gods withdrawn from the world, the Mersat thrived in Bavanissos until the door of Kamali opened. Shortly after that, the Titans attacked and destroyed the city. Mabon, as one of the last remaining Mersat, had cast a ward over the ruins to preserve its memory, but that ward fell after his death, and the city's secrets are now unearthed for all to see. Brilliant. That's the patch. That's where we are, really. And not only is it a good primer on the Mersat, it's a good little lead into the release. There's much to be learned about the Mersat from the newly accessible remnants of Bavanissos. Studying their last home may provide deeper insight into who they were as a people. I really hope that they're not comic book villain idiots. I really want to see some diversity of thought and sentiment among them. I want to see them conflicted about what they're doing. I want to see because that was what was always cool about the Mersat to me. Make sure, because I can be sympathetic to that. They're trying to stop their own extinction, all right? We're excited for everyone to dive into this new area steeped in history and learn more about the Mersat. But obviously, you know, some crazy villainous shit would be cool as well. So there you have it. Oh God, you know what? I made a mistake of cleaning my mouse mat before this. And now it's like curling a little bit, which is making my mouse not track on it. Clearly, and it's been a bit weird sometimes. Oh my God, we keep going into these new maps. So I think that's everything I wanted to read before the episode, guys. I think we're done. I think we're caught up. Now, yes, I know what some of you are saying. WP, why didn't you do a lore video on this last week? I don't know. I just don't get much satisfaction out of like structured, like a stream where we sit and we chat and we talk about it is cool. But I don't know whether I get much love out of making videos like that. So I just thought, do you know what? The patch is about to be out. We'll just read the blog post when the patch comes out. And that's what we're doing here. Oh man, so much has happened here. We could play Ellie for the patch. We could play another character. What other characters have we got that might be fun? I almost kicked up a new stream series, by the way, a couple of weeks ago. I made a Guardian. What a great name this is, by the way. Look at my Guardian's name. This is... very often I don't really give a shit about my character names, and I'm not really sure, like, what to pick. But look at this. Odrin Westar. Now, that's a sick name. First of all, I just think that sounds good. Good amount of syllables. Consonants in there. You know, Odrin Westar. I love it. It's a brilliant fantasy name. But also, it's a double dip reference to Guild Wars 1. Because it's Sergeant Westar of the Ebon Vanguard in Guild Wars 1. Sergeant Westar, you obviously never know his first name. I actually think he's a Resident Evil reference. Because his whole group, all of their names are slight tweaks of Resident Evil characters. I don't know RE very well, but I think he's Resident Evil. And anyway, and then of course you got Lord Odrin. So Odrin Westar, I love it. Anyway, I want to play more Guardian. Yeah, I've been like playing with the fun new stuff. Playing with Spear. Playing with pistols, which for me is new, essentially still. And I was doing a little bit of map comp, and I was thinking, you know what, I could just stream this. But the thing is, I feel like we quite recently, I know it wasn't that recent, but we did do a massive full replay of we did a full second streamed LP of the entire story on a Thief before End of Dragons came out, remember? And I was like, wouldn't this just essentially be the same thing? But yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't really like playing Char anymore. There's just something about their models being really fat and wide and just... The game just feels a lot more active and fun and, like, I don't know, responsive to me. And I wanted a human, so... Also, a male human, because I don't have one on my account. So I was playing, but anyway, we can't. I don't know why I'm telling you guys all of this because I can't actually play this character in the new patch. He doesn't have stuff for it. Well, he does. He has legendary armor, so he could be good. But we could play Rev. Oh, there you go. Sangria says the entire quest line was a Resident Evil 1 reference. You loved it. There you go. Yeah, something in my... I know that trivia, that it's a Resident Evil reference, but I don't know why it is. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, this was the guy, by the way. We played the entire game on this character. Fuck it, I'm just going to do it on my Ellie. Let's just keep it simple. I'll play it on this hammer build. My current favourite button in the entire game, my favourite skill in the entire game is Technobabble. I've been having a lot of fun running Sigil of Paralyzation, running Storm Soul, and putting Technobabble. People don't tend to think of Ellie as a great CC class, but if you've got an Asuran one, man, you can really contribute. Oh yeah, because one of the other big things with Fractals, I hadn't done the Silent Surf. In fact, this is so cool, right? Silent Surf, I hadn't done the CM. I just hadn't done it. So, let alone, like, there are 2 CM achievements. One's for breaking the break bar, one's for nobody dying, the undefeated thing. I've actually done those now. I have the Fractal finished. The 2 achievements I don't have are for listening to the story. Isn't that sad? Isn't that crazy? These are 2 of the easiest achievements, and you would think me as a lorehound would instantly be into the story and the dialogue and whatever. But no, it was the CM thing. The CM on this was interesting. I don't know why the Lonely Tower gets as much hate as it does. But I've only ever done the CM on that once. You see, you got to do it 25 times for that. But yeah, I actually made progress on that stuff as well. Okay, so I guess let's just start the story patch. What am I waiting for? Let's start it. Oh, wait, hold on. Do I have a mail? No. Oh, yeah, that mail is, you know, when Secrets of the Obscure came out, there was the parallel way of making your own sky scale and then a follow-up thing of making a demon sky scale. All of that stuff, I did all of that. That expansion honestly has so much. Weapon Master, 1,000 kills on every single one of the new weapons. There are so many big time-sinky things in there. Into the Valley of Shadow. The commander travels to the outskirts of Bava Nisos to uncover the long-ruined city's menacing past. Please tell me if you guys can hear the dialogue in the game well enough, by the way. I'm going to wait before reading this in case we get dialogue. I think they've actually stopped doing that recently. It's just a weird clunky moment in the story. So good on them for that. I think they have. So it's Anise. Anise says, greetings, Commander. First, the positive news. Through the combined efforts of the Tyrian Alliance, the Astral Ward, and several volunteers from the Lowland coding community, we've managed to push through Janthir's northern isles into the outskirts of Bava Nisos. I'd be so scared to go there. Other people are getting nosebleeds and stuff just from being in the vicinity. I'd be so scared that lingering magic of Mabon somehow like comes back or whatever and just gives you an aneurysm, you fall over dead. Now, for the, I'll put it diplomatically, less positive news. I do love it when people put things diplomatically rather than straight. Despite our progress, we've been unable to access the city itself. We have teams surveying the area as we speak, but, as is often the case, we'd benefit from your assistance. I ask that you head to Janthir Sintry to rendezvous with Isgaran, Waiting Sorrow, and myself at the Thunder Bay Point. Fair warning that reaching the location will require some involved travel. Waiting Sorrow has offered Poised Arrow transport via teleportation, but he was eager to travel by sea. Considering your seafaring experience, cool, am I going to go on my skiff at the start? We thought it best to entrust you with safely transporting the cub. Here we'll meet you at the launch point to make the trip. Anticipating your arrival, Countess Anise. Oh god. I'm immediately a little bit nervous here because it's a fucking scene with Waiting Sorrow and Isgaran again. And every single scene they've both been on screen together has made me cringe out of my fucking mind. No, not cringe. That's not the right word. I've just loathed it. So let's see. As we run in, guys, I'd like to hear in chat now. All right, I'm looking closely. Finally, I'm finally paying a bit of attention, like a good streamer. What's everyone's take on the patch? Yay, nay? Give me a score out of 10. Give me a thumb up. Give me a thumb down. Give me an unrelated emoji, and I'll try to interpret what it means. And we'll see. Oh, yeah, Anise has no VA. Oh, yeah. Okay, so obviously the strike is still going on. I can't remember if we talked about this, but Arenanet was listed as... Like, there are certain studios, I think, that are completely blacklisted, and others it's like, it's okay to work for them if you want. And so, Anise's VA basically made the decision, I don't need the money, I'm not going to work for them, while others, I guess, still do. So what we got here? Yeah, keep it come and go. 0 out of 10, no cat caper follow-up. Oh, yeah, that's true. There wasn't one on the Mount Barrier release either. Maybe they'll do it at the end. Maybe they'll do it at the end. Sorry, I'm swimming out into the sea, just staring at chat here. What else we got? WP, you missed 2 more Godspawn lore books. Check out my Discord PM to you. Costage, is it really important we read them right now before the patch? If you say yes, I'll do it. If not, we'll just move on. 6 out of 7. 6 to 7 out of 10. 5. Yay, meh. 6 out of 9. These aren't ringing endorsements. You loved the Massart, so you really enjoyed this. Good. I love the Massart too. I like. See, I'm just trying to figure out. Some people might be a bit met on it because they're not that into this prophecy stuff, but I am. I am the target audience here, so it might put a number or 2 on there for me. 9 out of 10 from Bojan. It's good to see everyone, by the way. It's honestly, you know, we had such a good. Basically, the entire back half of last year, we had regular streams going on, and now we've had this fucking gap again. But the move has nearly happened, and I'm looking forward to. And look, we'll stream this as many days as it has content to give us. So I'll be here tomorrow and the day after. We'll keep going. If I remember rightly, launched Janthia Wilds. We managed to squeeze an entire extra week out of it, really, by doing Q&As and ranting about Isgarin. Big Yay had a blast playing. The story has some nice moments. WP, you haven't showed me the patch yet. How can I have an opinion on it? Oh, God. Try to interpret Macon's solemn face as a Lodus. That's a stoic face. That's a, I'm wondering, who is this? Who is that badass motherfucker right there? Mainly for the ambience, it's an 8 out of 10. Kostic says yes. Okay, it is definitely important. Okay, we'll read it then before we go through. Some voiceovers are missing. It's a good setup for the next story. Oh, sorry, you mean the books are. The map's a solid 8 out of 10. See, the thing is, I've got no parameters, right? Like if someone says to me, a map's an 8 out of 10. It's like, well, okay, what do you consider a 10 out of 10? Is Queensdale a 10 out of 10? Is Silver Waste a 10 out of 10? Because, you know, there are people out there that will say this is a 0 out of 10 because I can't earn Guild Wars 2 gold in it, right? I'm not even exaggerating there. That's not satire. That's deadly serious. Some people will just rate things down if they don't get a lot of money out of the map, right? Or they'll rate it down if it's small but dense, you know. 8.5. You like the story and side stuff? Map is nice. Content reuse is not that bad, and with lore. Oh yeah. So also there was a trailer. I didn't do a video on the trailer. I'm not, and I don't have it downloaded to show it to you guys here. You know, there was a golden age in which they'd put up a trailer, and then I'd genuinely be really excited about it. I'd go through, watch the trailer. Oh my god, you know, like draw on the screen. All I could think as I was watching that was. The only times I was really excited while I was watching that trailer was when there were assets on screen I didn't recognize. And I feel like my brain's cooked to a certain degree there. Like, is this really all I value? But, like, I was looking at things, I was like, oh, that's the Great Northern Wall in a different colour. I was like, oh, that's this in a different colour. Oh, that's new! Oh, my God, that looks really cool! That's new! What is that? And then it's like, oh, that's a jade armour. Oh, that's that fog effect we've seen here. And, do you know what I mean? Like, I only really get excited when it feels new. You know, I look back to when Dry Top was coming out, and it all felt so new. Oh my god, so giddy. But yeah, you know, we're going to play this story anyway, so what do we need for the trailer? And there's really not much need to do a frame by frame, I don't think, on it. I'm not saying the trailers don't have value, it's just, you know, it didn't elicit that much excitement out of me, I must be honest. The trailer's not going to tell me anything about how good the story really is. Alright, let's go to Discord here. Let's grab these images. So these are from Cossage. So here's the Godspawn Masart scroll that I missed. So, Scroll is a book found in the base camp during Bowery Peak. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier in the video, Arenanet added some new lore, some bonus lore to the raid after I'd already played it and after I'd already gone through. I mean, I've done the convergence a billion times. You got to do the convergence 50 times. It's my last Janthea Wilds achievement. I think I've done it 39, which feels like quite a lot, I have to say. But you know, it's half of what the Secrets of the Obscure one was asking for. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I did all the CMs. I hadn't done the CM Nios convergence stuff. I think that's actually quite fun. And it's nice to see people are actually doing groups for that. The Marionette, I had a bunch of achievements I needed to do with the Marionette, and I hadn't done any of that. I've done all of that now. The Battle for Lion's Arch had a couple, because that was the Season 1 remake. That was after Giala Delve, and that was, you know, sort of the dodgy period, really. Right, so what are we reading here? This first one is the Abandoned Scroll. It's at base camp. The Heart of the Obscure hums in your possession. Oh, this is one of those ones that the Heart of the Obscure has to translate for us. Your eyes flash and the old Masart script on the scroll shifts until it becomes familiar, readable. I think that's the same message you get. You get this. I think like High Inquisitor Dada's one as well does something like this. I have come to him many times at Dada's suggestion. Oh my god, we're talking about Dada immediately! Wait, I'm skipping to the bottom. Who is this? This is Orestes. Orestes? No, How would we say that? How many syllables am I going to invent for this? Orestes. Orestes? I'm going to go with Orestes. That's I assume. I don't know. I'm going to go to Wiki and click it. No, I'm not going to click it. I'm just going to read this. I don't know who that is. It might be a Masart. I'm getting the... It's either a Masart or a member of the Priory because they're an archivist. But I think it's a Masart. They're talking about Dada. Well, let's just read it. I have come here many times at Dada's suggestion to break away, to reflect, to mourn. Thoughts of my kin have soured as of late. The youngest among our gilded, Manakaz, Poloni, Seraph, Barak, they are lost. Wow, okay, it's definitely a Masart because it's their kin. They refer to them collectively as their gilded. That's a new term. I haven't really heard that before. That's cool. They claw and scrape at the... Oh my god, and the bird metaphors are there as well. Look at that. They claw, and which was a big thing Prophecies did with the Masart, but they've eased off recently. They claw and scrape at the talons of their idols, dripping with zealotry, and for what? Optimus, Lazarus, Sarlik, and the rest are gambling with our people's future, terrified by visions of some outcast scion. So, the outcast scion is Glint. Right? And the vision is the Flameseeker prophecies. But the outcast so, hold on. Did we ever hear of Glint as a scion? We heard of Aurene and Glorst as scions, didn't we? We never really heard the term attributed to Glint. But I suppose it would be. If you are one of the Elder races in the previous Elder Dragon Rising... Is this suggesting that Glint had brothers and sisters? Glint was just one of a clutch of eggs. Just as Aurene was one of a clutch of eggs. Right? Isn't that all laid into that? Oh, I'm really liking this immediately. Some few of us elders keep to the fringes. For some of us, the isolation, the freedom from the prying eyes of the seers, paid in blood, was reward enough. To risk exposure and wage war against the peoples of this age is to court our extinction. This is really cool. What? So, hold on. So, we're an Elder Masart. We're like Dada. We don't really agree with these new reckless people, Manakaz's plan and Optimus and all that. We don't agree with it. As an older Masart, we are a Masart that's spent a long time warring against the Seers. As an older Masart, we probably hate the Seers. And we're probably very aware, we're acutely aware of the bad things about the Seers, that precipitated the war. And here, there's kind of a suggestion that one of those bad things might have been that they were spies. They were nasty little, you know. Again, it's funny. I keep thinking about the Asura with regard to some of these ancient races, but this time the Seers and some of the. So there's like this suggestion that Sidoni and co were like very like, I don't know, just spying on them all the time. They're suggesting that the war was about something to do with that. They went to war over it. They now have freedom from the prying eyes of the Seers because the war's over, but it was paid in blood. Anyway, then we have like a bar. Is that turning the page in game, or is that suggestive that a long time has passed? The worst has come to pass. A long time has passed. The Titans have laid siege to the city. Our people's corpses litter its halls. This is amazing. I love this sense that there was a big other part of the prophecy story you don't see. In prophecies, we just get the crappy little cutscene running away from the mountain. Ah! I just gave myself a mental image of Olive from Popeye running. And meanwhile, there's this epic story happening as the city is sieged. The Titans have laid siege to the city. Our people's corpses litter its halls. Dada and I do not know if anyone else made it out, but we will not linger, even for other survivors. She suggests we cross the ocean to the west of the Horn and put this land behind us. You know what's really weird as well? What is really weird? This whole time I've been imagining her out there. You know, like we hear this idea that Dada's out there. She's exiled herself to a long way away. I never, you know, this is one of those things where if you don't speak it or think it directly, you never put a point on it. But I wasn't imagining her to just be here in a little fucking hut. I didn't imagine her to be here. I didn't imagine her to be, you know, oh, it just so happened we never caught her, but she lives at the cornucopian fields. I didn't imagine her to be... I imagined her to be far away, but I didn't even imagine her to be over here. I didn't imagine her to be fucking over here. For some reason, to the west is what I was thinking. I don't know why. It just felt kind of cool. It feels like when you look at that Dermot Priory floor map, there's a lot of cool shit over at the Sunset Isles. And it just felt natural that she'd... But again, I never thought directly about it, but they say that, and that feels so right to me that she'd be off to the west. That's amazing. Oh, look, guys. Guild Wars talking about landmass off to the west. We cross the ocean to the west of the Horn and put this land behind us. Do you know what would even be what would have been even better there if they named the ocean? Because Tyria as a setting is still rather lacking in terms of like giving declarations to different ocean names. But if it said, you know, we suggest we cross the Pacific, the ocean to the west of the Horn, or whatever. Obviously, it wouldn't be called the Pacific, but that would have been even more epic. I wanted to write this. So expansion coming with Borge the Sun Chaser, guys. Well, no, he's dead. I don't know. Borge the Sun Chaser's brothers, Bram's uncles, Norn over in the Sunset Isles, and she's there. I wanted to write on this scroll to see this view once more before we fade from mortal memory and time. The storms rolling in over the lowlands to the south are beautiful this time of year. The bearkin will be on the move soon, I imagine. I will never see them dance again, hidden though I was. Janthir, I bid you farewell. Orestes, Archivist Exultant. Wow! Oh, it's really good! Oh... I would have had the greatest of wanks on stream if that had been in there when we were actually playing the Mount Burial raid. Or oh no, that wasn't even live. We were doing that just with the spots, weren't we? Well, anyway, it would have been in the video. I would have geeked out about it at the time, but it got released later. I missed it. It was very cool. That is good. Orestes. So we have another character now. Another of these Elder Massart's dissidents. Only Spuds. Nice. Is it the first time they've mentioned a region not on the game map, excluding Miss? And yes, I'm aware there's a bigger map outline. I don't know. Well, it depends what you think about the Dermot Priory floor. During Guild Wars 1's time, they would do that quite a lot. You know, like you heard about... a lot about Ilona. Long before Nightfall release, tied with all the Chiriosa stuff. I think there was a couple of hints about factions and Cantha before it actually came in. As far as Guild Wars 2 is concerned, I don't know. Also, what do you think of like Dizlana and stuff? Right, like Dizlana, they've expanded the map now. I don't know. At release Guild Wars 2, the map's quite small, obviously, but we have all the lore about from the Guild Wars 1 locations. I guess it depends how you break it down. Okay, letter from Firstborn Dagonet. My starlit sister. I want it. So who is this? Okay, so whoa. Dagonet? We're talking about the Sylvari now. Now, Dagonet is a funny Firstborn. Dagonet is the Firstborn I think I always fuck up and get mistaken. I always think Dagonet is the Firstborn. I'm very sweary today, aren't I? Sorry about that, guys. Please excuse my French. There's a Firstborn wandering around here, isn't there? Somewhere? Somewhere in the gardens? I'm sure there is. Are you in here? Is Dagonet the Firstborn that wanders around here? Or is that a different one? By the way, isn't it still true that there's like 3 Firstborn unaccounted for? They don't have names, they've never had any story. Isn't that right? That was certainly true a long time ago. I might have a look at that, actually. Hold on. I'm going to the wiki. So Dagonet is, yeah, it's in the Upper City in Divinity's Reach. I don't know where. And Wiki doesn't have a map either. But they're somewhere. In Season 3, Dagonet travelled to Siren's Landing in Ore, along with other volunteers, and joined forces with the ghost of King Razor to continue Traherne's work of cleansing the recovered land from Zaitan's lingering corruption, as well as ways to study to activate the God's Reliquaries. He and Razor informed the pack commander about movements of Balthazar and the Eye of Janthir, as well as how to access Abaddon's reliquary. Okay, cool. So the last time we saw Dagonet, they were working at Siren's Landing. This is already and immediately a pretty interesting character. Let me just check here on the Firstborn page, because I've made myself curious here. Okay, Wiki says there's 2 unknown ones. 2. There are 2 unknown Firstborn. The Firstborn we know is Aeth, who's like the luminary of dawn. There's Kaith, we know Kaith, hopefully. Dagonet, who I was just talking about. We don't actually know her cycle, apparently. Foulane, we know about her, obviously. That's number 4. Kehedins, that's the luminary of dusk. Malamedes, the luminary of night, and also has the Asura torture story. Niam, luminary of noon. So where are we now? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's Rhiannoc, the first Sylvari to die. The whole Caladbolg thing. Traherne. That's 9. Hopefully we know Traherne. And then there's Wynn. You know, the big Season 2 story involving Wynn. That's 10 Sylvari. 10 Firstborn. But there were 12. So the question is, who are the last 2? And we don't know anything about them. I really like that hook, by the way, because I'm just desperate for interesting and, you know, continual ways that Guild Wars can expand and delight with Tyria as a setting. I hate this feeling that the setting is cooked because... the Elder Dragons are gone, and, you know, what do we got left? Oh, just look at Guild Wars 1 lore, blah, 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 you know, these accusations. But the Sylvari thing's pretty cool. Anyway, by the way, I've used that word cooked a couple of times. Every time I've used it, I've wanted to segue real briefly. There was another game I've just got to rant about. I'm really sorry, everybody. This has nothing to do with anything, but I have to rant. I tried a game about a month ago, maybe less than that, called Fellowship. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. It's basically a copy of WoW Mythic Raiding all on its own. That's what the game was. It's like got this terrible ancient defunct UI. Here's how I view things, right? Back in 2004, 5, 6, 7, very intelligent people within gaming tried to make MMOs, all right? But the technology wasn't there. And they had to make a lot of concessions, right? The internet infrastructure wasn't there. The power of people's PC wasn't in there. There was a lot to learn, a lot to do. Massive concessions had to be made to these RPGs in order to get them to be massively multiplayer. They basically had shit combat. They had, you know, shit party play, but they had something primitive in there. They were bastardized, like weakened, watered down versions of games, but they were massive and they were multiplayer, and that made it worth it. They were shit games, but it kind of worked out. And some of these games have survived through to the modern era. World of Warcraft is one of them, right? It's not really that good, but people are attached to all the stuff around it. The leveling of their characters, the crafting of their gear, and all that shit. So you've got like these basically shit experiences within these games, but they're still hobbling along, you know, like RuneScape still being really successful, even though it's really primitive just clicking around, right? It's because of the other stuff that goes into those products. They are great products, but not for the moment-to-moment experience of being in a dungeon or whatever, right? They're basically kind of shit. And here comes this game that's like, it's called Fellowship, right? And it was like a big deal this month. And I thought it was terrible. It was basically it's like 2007 called It Wants Its Game Back. It's like this antiquated, terrible, awful experience. And the only people I can imagine that remotely enjoy it are people whose brains are completely cooked, like utterly fried by World of Warcraft Mythic raiding. Those are the only people that could possibly have enjoyed a game like that. And I just sort of sat there thinking, this is terrible. I played it for one day and didn't go back. Anyway, there you go. That's my review about Fellowship. I'm sure some people will get really mad at that, but that is honestly my take on that game. Anyway, all right, back to this. Dagonet. So Dagonet's at Mount Barrier, I suppose. My starlit sister. To what sister is this? Wait, this isn't going to be about another... This isn't literally going to be about one of the missing firstborn, is it? I wanted to thank you for encouraging me to join me... I wanted to thank you for encouraging me to join the festivities of the Battle's Eve at Claw Alder's behest. I've always relished my work as a diplomat from the garden hall... What, was Dagonet there in that? From the garden halls of the Queen's Palace of Divinity's Reach... Oh, it says it fucking there that the Dagonet was at DR. To the blooming shores of Ore and the company of its ghostly royals. Speaking to the That's amazing. I just went on a whole huge segue to remember who Dagonet was, and the writers had done it for me. I should have just read ahead. Sorry, Arenanet. Speaking to the contents of your last letter, I am heartened to learn of your progress regarding a cure for our pale mother. Your intuition to seek this waiting sorrow has paid off. These leads will require time to research and pursue, but our search has started to narrow. You are no stranger to discretion, so for now I ask you to keep these developments close to your chest to avoid there being, as the Lowlanders put it, too many cooks in the kitchen. Your brother, Dagonet. Who is the starlit sister? Sorry. Am I being silly? Wiki believes it's Kaith. I guess because Kaith was there at the celebrations, right? Since when is... Oh, I see. And Starlit. I was going to say, what's the Starlit thing? It's because she is weird now, isn't she? Since being Aureen's voice. I gotcha. Starlit. Oh, yeah, and they're talking about cooks there in the letter as well. Wow, amazing. The rant was totally justified, guys. RuneScape is love. You love your point-and-click game. You know, don't get me wrong. I think WoW is a brilliant game. I think RuneScape's a brilliant game. But I think that it's the whole package, and it's the investment in your account. And I think as great as RuneScape is, if it came out right as it is today, just immediately thrown out, would it capture an audience? I don't think it would, because it's too dated. And yeah, here comes Fellowship. It blows my mind that... I'm going to be very rude here. It blows my mind that, one, there were devs invested in making such an experience, and two, there were funds to get it out the door. It blows my mind. Ken, the writer of that letter, confirmed it's Kaith. He's mentioned this in your chat a while ago. Oh, really? Wait, what? When I was streaming another time? I gotcha. Well, there you go. Okay, the second one was not as such a fascinating one as the first one. But yeah, both very cool letters, both very interesting. And again, I mean, what can I say? I've said it every single time it's come up. I like that Arenanet are not letting go of the damaged Pale Tree story. It's... You know, for a while there, I was kind of like... We'd had enough Sylvari content, right? I felt like we'd overindulged on it. There was a lot of Sylvari emphasis in Core. Core really should have been a more equal focus to me, but Core really became a big Sylvari thing. They were very proud of the Sylvari, and they're an interesting race, and they're a cool element of Guild Wars, and I get why, you know, they're cool. I get why Core did it. And then we immediately went to Heart of Thorns. I think that was a mistake. I think the Conspiracy and the hidden 6th Dragon of Morgimoth, I think they could have held that off. I think the first expansion could have been Jormag or something. But whatever. So we kind of did HOT immediately after, and that was even more Sylvari stuff. And I don't know, just ever since then, I just kind of felt like, all right, we've had enough Sylvari storytelling. But to be fair, it's been a long time now. And I'm kind of ready for it. You know, I'm ready for more Sylvari focus and Sylvari action. I'd like to see the events of the Shadow of the Dragon patch all those years ago, and when she actually got injured, go to something. So yeah. All right, what's going on here? So, somebody's messaging me in game as well. WP, do you think a remastered Guild Wars 1 will bring back Matt Visual and Dolphy? Well, I don't think Matt was really a Guild Wars 1 player that much. I mean, he might play it. I'm sure he'd be interested in it. I don't know. I haven't spoken to him for a long time. And maybe I didn't even know Dolphy was gone. Was Dolphy a Guild Wars 1 player? And by Pasu Reach, hint, hint. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what... I mean, obviously it's a location in Guild Wars 1. A beach episode? You want to do a beach... I want to do a beach episode. But I would say they should do it, over here. I'm still waiting for it. The Matani Keys. Next Mini-X pack. Let's go. Or a Mini-X pack in Cantha would be very cool as well. There's still so much more interesting stuff going on there. I really... What do you guys think is going to happen in 6 months? In 6 months, Mini-X pack 3 is coming out. And do you think that they'll basically say, yeah, Mini-X pack 4's going ahead, all steam ahead? What do you guys think will happen there? I feel like a bigger announcement of the next big product might be bubbling away somewhere. It would be quite nice. Look, if they get a good 20th anniversary update for Guild Wars 1, then that's going to be really good for an announcement of a new thing. Because as soon as they can demonstrate to players that they can support multiple games at once, I think it'll be very good. It will stop people being scared that Guild Wars 2 is going to die if they announce another thing. The best thing that could happen for the Guild Wars 1 anniversary is a big patch, and also, hey guys, we've got 3 devs now, 3 interns in a dark corner with a few cobwebs around them, being asked to, make content again now. I would love that. I'm still waiting for the Boltec payoff. I'm waiting for so many payoffs. All right.
You're becoming a fixture on these missions.
Now that I've had a taste of your gallivanting lifestyle, how can I return to the humdrum of provincial life? Besides, I've been a part of this from the start, I have. I'm here to see it through.
And your pa knows where you are?
Yes. He asked for volunteers. Wanted to repay the Alliance for their generosity. He's tending to things back home. Besides, I'll have a wayfinder by my side, and a damned powerful wizard awaiting my arrival.
Who could have teleported us there in an instant? Believe me, sea travel is nothing to romanticize.
My first real voyage. Picture it, the breeze ruffling my fur, all majestic-like as I brave the salty tide. Anchors away!
And an intern did all the Hidden Arcana Library lawbooks. Yeah, I've talked about that a few times. That actually really bummed me out when I heard that, because I thought that was the best shit ever. And then to realise, I think by the time the news came out, that person wasn't working there anymore. They were like, oh, I worked for Arenanet for a bit as an intern. I did this. And I was like, oh, no, that means you're not there. Oh, I remember that. But yeah, have the interns in chains? No, they're not chained. They want to do it. They're for Guild Wars 1 fans, right? Look, we're fantasizing here, okay? They love it. They spend their free time, all right, on the forums in 2025 discussing, armor ignoring damage, the pros and cons, right? They spend their time discussing whether dagger spam and mesmers are OP. These are the kinds of people we want making Guild Wars 1 content. They're not chained to it. This is what they live and breathe it, all right? Oh, this is good concept. Oh my god, that was very good. That was very detailed. And we got to enjoy it for all of a second. Thanks to the fast
Get it
load.
out of your system. Consider it the sea's initiation.
Oh, here we are. Hold on, I'm going to press M. All right, we're up on the northern
Believe that you
aisle.
made it in one piece. You certainly took the scenic route.
He's seasick.
I had no
Seasickness.
hand in that decision.
Well, you're here, and that's what matters. Countess Anise certainly appreciates it.
Anise said the Allies have made it to the outskirts of Bavanissos, but it's inaccessible?
Correct. The Countess will get you up to speed. She's waiting on ahead.
Yeah, we didn't actually sail. I thought we were going to sail on our skiff. I could feel it in my bones. There's no... listen, guys, I'm not going to stop with this. I want physical connections between the maps. I'm doing that thing where people clap after every word, except I'm rapping my knuckles on the desk. Come on! Look, in EOD, alright, we sailed. Oh god, the map's so big. Okay, we sailed, right? We hit a transition and then boom, we came in. We could do that, can't we? Can't we just sail? You're not even selling these separately anymore. There's not even a thing of like, oh, what if one person owns one or not? You know, they've done it before. They did it here with Lake Doric. Lake Doric connecting to Harathi. That was badass. Put me on a little skiff. Maybe there is a connection somewhere. I don't know. They also kind of did it going to Ember Bay. I remember fervently complimenting that. Over here, there was you got on the submarine and you went down. Can't sail on a skiff because people might not have EOD. That is an annoyingly plausible. Have the NPC sail me then. Is that ever a thing in the game? You get on the NPC while the NPC drives you around? Now that shit would be amazing. Oh yeah, you can rent them. There you go. There's always an answer. You can rent them. Anyway, Stoic Order. By the way, guys, did I just forget what he sounds like? He sounds different to me. Right, relieved you. So who's this? This is a scout. I'm already suspicious of the scout. I'm hoping that this isn't another arena moment or whatever. Oh, it looks good. I like it. I like it. It's very verdant and fresh and colourful and... Well, not... What's the word? This is just the colour palette is very, very, like, woodsy. I'm enjoying this straight away.
Wayfinder?
Feels a bit Arbor-stony.
Poised arrow. The sea's temper disturbs all in its wake. Ginger root should calm your ails.
Or perhaps an elixir.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah, POF entrance was very good. So was EOD. EOD's was arguably the best one to me. EOD had us walking through Lornar's Pass, everything seems normal, and suddenly that hologram comes down, and you see a fleet of airships, and then you fly on the fleet of airships. I mean, EOD was pretty fucking good.
Huh, you made it. How was your first voyage?
I'll do things your way next time.
I'm confused.
Figured as much. I'll prepare you a nausea elixir once we're settled here.
I'm confused. What do you mean you're his first voyage? He's from here, right? Didn't we just spend a long time... Was Poised Arrow ever up here? He was, wasn't he? What about this? What am I missing? How do you ever get back and forth from this? Or does she mean specifically the voyage to this place? POF was brilliant, but just a classic airship voyage. Well, until the pyramids start exploding around you. Look, that studio has some amazing stuff. Honestly, when you look at like the individual beats, POF is a fucking brilliant expansion as well. POF is actually my favorite intro to any expansion. I think it's so cool. You're guessing he used the Wizard's portal? Oh. Maybe the bay isn't as rough as the seas? Okay. Priory Scholar, Siana, were you who I did some side quests with before recently?
May Cormir enlighten you.
May she indeed. Ward Protector Shurpur. And Ward Protector Tim's daughter. The daughter of Tim. There's a land speaker here. Lieutenant Corey, hello, you were just speaking to me. Curious Remedy in the water achievement. Some nice little rats around. What have we got with the architecture? So yeah, it's like it's kind of Kurzik Echovaldi stuff, but then we've got the Jade plug in the windows. I've been very curious. This is kind of a really big moment here, guys. We're going to the Golden City. There was that huge discussion about, is it a Golden City? Because in one form of the text in the early website it has it, and in the other it doesn't, right? Golden Alabaster, Filigree. We talked about all this. But then also, you know, there was the weird sulfurous magical purple shit imbued into various rocks and things. I'm wondering what it's going to feel like. Are we going to get... I've always imagined it as a bit of an Auric Basin moment, really, right? Like, Tarir. Like, I imagine it to be like a giant bowl. We walk through the doors and you just see this epic area unfolding before you. I mean, what a great environment that was. Right now, I don't think I'm in the city, right? I'm just in the outer areas of the city. The city itself is blocked off. I assume I'm really far away as well, but who knows? Like here, this is it. This is Tarir, right here, to me, to my mind. Looks interesting. Also, did they expand the world map? I don't remember. Could we see the Northern Shore before? I'm pretty sure when you mine it, there is a bit more up at the top. Did it push up a little bit with this release? It's crazy, right? Imagine showing that to someone even just 2 years ago. Right? Look at that. They'd be like, what even is that? Is that Tyria? You'd probably notice some of this down here and you'd be like, that is Tyria. Well, okay, also with the text gone. Hello, Isgarin. Hello, Anise. Thank you both for coming. We need all the support we can get with this endeavor. The Obsidian Rise we're at. Currently, we have an Alliance, Ward, and Lowlander team surveying the area, but they've yet to infiltrate the city limits.
It was never going to be as easy as waltzing through the front door. Spectral agony looms thick over this entire isle.
Is that why it feels so heavy here?
You're sensing a futile cling to power long obliterated.
Oh my god, love it. It's almost lyrical.
God's prized torture method. Heavy as an understatement.
I felt it too, Wayfinder. It stinks deep, this isle. And I've been sensing a vast well of it somewhere north of us.
Right.
Suspicious muck usually protects important information. Maybe we start there. The youth's instincts belie his age. The North is a graveyard for one of the bloodiest Seer Mersat battles. Our plan is to start north, but stay vigilant. Darkness looms here like a vindictive foe, raring to settle her score.
Oh my god, they're really setting up a vibe, aren't they? Ooh, I really want to try and cleanse him. What can I cleanse him with? I don't actually have... Oh, by the way, this is a really interesting build. Healer, this would cleanse him in theory. Healer Quickness Catalyst. You can have basically 100% stab and Aegis uptime. And really high resolution. And quickness and all the rest. It's fascinating, really. And yeah, you put Technobabble on that bad boy, and you've even got a little bit of utility there too. Very weird build. I haven't really followed very much of the most recent balance patch. I know that they did nerf one form of the Overload Tempests builds, but I think you can just kind of swap weapons now. Alright, well, also, Weighing Sorrow and Isgarin, perfectly nice to one another there. Oh, check in with a niece. Do you guys not want to say anything? Can I ask you more? Ah, I want to ask him. What do you mean, a graveyard? Even if he's not going to give me some definitive information, I'd like to ask him. So, it's a bloody battle, and it was also the final battle, so I'm imagining some D-Day level Crimson Waters sort of stuff. Oh, the whole instance is done. We're just leaving now. These are interesting, these ribbons that they've hung up. Whoa. That was also really cool looking. Okay, so we're in a meta event. I'm just going to read it, guys. At launch, we spent all this time, like, ignoring the meta and all this because it was a spoiler. Let's just read it. Field surveys into Mistburned Barrens have begun. There's an Agony field survey, a Mistburn field survey, and a Bloodstone field survey. Interesting. I am in the range of the Bloodstone one. I quite liked that, by the way. She was talking very quietly when I wasn't near her. Have they stopped with the global event dialogue? Meta event dialogue? That would be amazing. No one's shouting across the map this time? Spectral agony levels in the valley have lowered. It's safe to explore for 20 seconds. Right. So not long. Is this like a progression map? Is this like a Dragon's X map? We got a heart guy. Do you want to buy something? What can you tell me about this area? To the north, there's a massive valley. It's filled with spectral agony. This central region is ridden with mist-burned creatures and mist's runoff. And to the south, bloodstone shards everywhere. So mist burning was something that Waiting Sorrow introduced us to at launch, right? And it's distinct from spectral agony. What operations do you have in this region? This is quite a bit deeper into the Janthit Isles, where the mist runoff runs thick. It affects the land in a myriad ways. Around here, a few of our allies have become utilizing... Didn't get to read it. Here, one of my kin seeks lost artifacts that lay in the rubble. And then we have our surveys. First, a small contingent of our allies have begun using a blood... Oh, God. Our next survey runs through the very centre of the Barrens. A group of our allies is conducting it. For our allies roaming the south of the region, they've taken to researching Bloodstone over there. Okay. And yeah, so we get the renown things as well. This was a lot of AP, by the way. I guess repeatable is probably expanded now to have more shit. Maybe? Yeah, this one here, this last one. There are 2 new side stories. Finding all of the White Mantle journals in Janthir Century and the Mistburned Barrens. There are 4 of them. Oh, man. 4? Just 4? Oh, come on. This is the White Mantle story. I really want to do this, like, almost immediately. Scouring the archive. Find all of the Massart journal fragments scattered throughout the central region. Barvanisos, a city built in the light of victory, but cursed by the burden of failure. Wow. What failure is that exactly? The failure to keep the door of Kamali shut? Read. Oh my god, guys, this is pretty cool. They're going to tell me about what has the Astral Ward discovered about the Foundry of Failed Creations at this point. Come on, 6 months have passed now. I bet they have news. Read the book in the lower area of the Nexus of Moonlight. There are 3 books in the library, 1 in the awning, and then talk to a Coden at the end. Mini Yagon. Oh, how is that different to Lazarus? Lazarus has a mini. Oh, he's just bigger. He's just bigger Lazarus, really. All right, I mean, sure. I mean, I like the flying ones. They're a bit more prominent and obvious. Yagon. Interesting. So he might be someone we meet, by the way, because he wasn't like a ghost. It's always a bit dodgy looking at minis in the panels. There's always, you know, good chance for spoilers in there. So, creatures escape. Find and defeat the source of the mist runoff scent. Well, hold on. Let's check in with Anise first, because she'll probably put us onto one of these phases where we need to do events to progress it. Hello, Anise. Isgarin may have a flair for dramatics, but his concerns are warranted. How was he dramatic just now? Add to that the Alliance's increasing impatience. For now, we'll learn the area as best we can. We have survey teams dispatched north, south, and centrally across the Isle. We'll learn the area. As discussed, beginning in the north is your best bet. If you encounter anything odd, notably odd, contact me at once. I'm deciding to voice her like the Queen. R.I.P. Well, speaking of journals, there's one here. This once loved journal is now in tatters. Oh, this is one of the White Mantle ones. Ulrich. Ulrich sounds like a Norn name. Multiple pages are missing. We waited a couple of days to make sure that the Coden were gone, but as soon as the coast was clear, we headed back to the northern shore with sacks of food and supplies. We had to test Tatiana's theory. I rode right into the bay, no headaches or nosebleeds. The clouds even parted, revealing just enough sun to light my path. It was as if Saul himself looked upon us. I gathered the others and I like that. Because you always get these religious nut jobs in real life that do this, right? Like they'll get they'll get a packet of Walker's crisps or Lay's, and one of them will be burnt slightly, and it'll look like Jesus Christ's face on it, and they'll go, "Oh my God, it's a holy crisp!" Here, look, the clouds just part, and this guy derives some kind of meaning in it because he's a fanatic. We found it, Barvanisos. The renewed sense of purpose is both sickening in how overwhelmed I feel, but also exciting in how quickly it renewed our purpose. Tatiana needs time to recover from the voyage. The sea is not her ally, so we've settled in one of the safer ruins. We've been here for a few days now, and neither she nor Judge have strayed far from our new refuge yet. Barvanisos is more dangerous than what we're used to, and edible food is far scarcer. I think they may miss our makeshift home back across the bay. And I do as well, but our mission is more important now. I'm getting more comfortable venturing into the ruins on my own, but strange beasts that I've never encountered before plague Barvanisos. Oh, are we going to find Samarogs out here? Samarog species? They're menacing, with a distorted appearance that's challenging to describe. Huh. I've never seen anything like them. They appear to be coming from somewhere to the east, and they venture farther and farther west each day. Judge was able to kill a smaller one and carve it for meat, but none of us can stomach the smell. Their bodies rot quickly after death, as if their flesh is suddenly incompatible with our air. Whatever these things are, they are not natural. Weird. And he doesn't compare them to like sprites or elementals. Do you know what they sound like? They sound a bit like Void. Do you think they're going to do a thing? Do you think Shadowcraft is going to turn out like the Massar were fucking with Void? Right? Do you think this might be a nice way to connect this a bit to End of Dragons? Or rather, let me rephrase that. To connect the Void stuff from End of Dragons with any other area of the lore, so it doesn't feel like an arbitrary boogeyman thrown in the last second. Do you know what I mean? Tatiana swears we're being watched now. She refuses to take a watch post on her own, especially after dark. She claims that it's the unseen ones, here to give us a message. But neither Judge or I have heard the same. Her faith is strong, so I'm sure her heart is in earnest. But I worry that our musty surroundings and lack of meat have made her ill. She paces and mumbles to herself. We used to enjoy our time together, but now she can't hold eye contact. Do you know what this also reminds me of a little bit? Bone Skinners. This thing about hunger and meat and people losing their minds a little bit, right? Wouldn't it be crazy if there's a connection to some of that weird stuff? Anyway, yeah. Can a lowland Coden become a Bone Skinner? Can we get a lowland Bone Skinner? What does that look like? So yeah, some of these names, Tatiana, Judge, I don't remember, but I feel like they came up in the White Mantle story from launch, but they've drifted out of my mind a little bit at this point. But okay, so but there may only be 4 journals, but there was a lot of detail there.
Them to wrangle a moa. Probably thought there was treasure in the city. Make it stop! Oh, what good would even more go to him?
Alchemy. Do you think he knew about the Mist's Gate?
I don't know. This has never happened to one of us before, but we've never been able to cure it in the wildlife.
Then we'll do what we have to.
I don't know where that voice was coming from. Mistgate. Okay, so I've always been quite excited about the idea. Okay, all right. When the Titans got released at the end of Prophecies,
Take a look at this one.
Oh, God.
2 years ago, huh? Oh, that's pretty recent. I should get this to a niece. Or Iskarin.
Well,
Probably best in the Countess's hands. Still wrapping my mind around the astral ward.
Oh, I like this. They're gathering different information and not collaborating properly. In Prophecies, after the Titans get out, Vizier Kilbron opens all these portals and they teleport all over. Some go to Ascalon, some go to the Maguma jungle or whatever. I like the idea that one of them immediately came here to Barvaniso. So when they say Mistgate, I don't think they're referring to that necessarily. The other thing is you've got Dada, right? And whoever this other person was from the journal earlier. These guys' plan was to go home back to Nyos. Or the Mists at least. And maybe they found a way. Maybe they eventually opened a portal that would get them out. Maybe that was recent as well. Maybe it was long after Guild Wars 1 happened. And here she was in the ruins of the city doing her research and she found a way out. And now Caudicus had stumbled on it? Well, but Caudicus wouldn't have stumbled on it. His lackeys would have stumbled on it. What did they say just now? Oh, it wasn't printed in the log. Damn. They didn't print it in the log. I have a theory that when I walk close, they speak, so let's do that again. No? Let's walk further away and then come back again. Yeah, there you go. Kostage has got the names in chat there. Ulrich, Tatiana, and Judge. Those were the three left behind to find a way. They were the ones that went, and the last patch we heard, they got a headache because of Mabon's magic or whatever. But then Mabon died, and they stayed. The war's over, but they're nutters, basically, that stayed until very recently. During Secrets of the Obscure, they're still here. And then Mabon died in Secrets of the Obscure. The thing fell, and they came here. So we got that as a subplot as well going on. They're not saying anything anymore. I have an achievement to liberate a golem from its humanoid oppressors. What's this guy with some interesting... Can you deliver this for me? Yes, of course. Alright. So it's because I'm in a heart area. Wait, that wasn't right. Well, maybe it was. I got a lot of boxes. Did that stack up more because of what I did? Do you want that? You have a deposit icon? No? Fine. Field surveys are currently underway. We could use all the help we can. There's a whole valley filled with spectral agony. I've heard Isgarin has taken special interest in that area. Yeah. Do I give it to you because it's a part of the heart? No. Where's the portal go? To the survey location. I don't want to take any of those portals. It totally fucks with the exploration.
But I've heard a wizard say that the Marsat knew about the Mistburn. Stands to reason they have used their relics against it. Camp's got nobody else free to pick to the rubble, though. Let's bring back any relics we can find.
Sorry, the Marsat knew about the Mistburn and were fighting against it. Oh god, what was the Mistburn? It was pretty vague, wasn't it? We didn't really hear much. Waiting Storage just like alluded to it as a phenomenon. WP, I haven't seen Scholar Yisa, the Asura from Arar Masart path, in this zone yet. Maybe she's tucked in some corner or appears in the next zone. Here's to hoping.
Hard to imagine it full of people.
That's a really good idea, Kostage.
Expects trouble.
She would be a brilliant fit for this patch, surely, right? Christ, she would have been a good fit for the expansion itself. She would have been falling over herself to be here.
Armor enhanced. Synergy is beautiful.
Might just be one of those things where the devs didn't think about it, and that it is what it is.
An ancient mountain.
This place looks cool. You know what? This feels a bit like Arborstone, and it gives me the feeling. You know the Langmar Estate guild jumping puzzle, guild mission. You know the big one. Where there's the puzzle where there's the statues and there's the sword and the bow and the thing, and whatever. And you go into the big room and you got to disable the mechanism to get rid of the poison on the bottom floor and bash open the gate. It kind of feels a bit like that to me for some reason here. I think this is what I was looking at when I said, oh, that's the Great Northern Wall, but I don't think it really is it? In the trailer. Escort the Coden Wildstalker. I'll tag up, by the way. If you guys want to play with me, I'm on EU at the moment. I think I'm on EU. Yeah, I'm on EU at the moment. If anybody wants to join, you're more than welcome. I guess I'm in just a sort of explore the open world phase. Well, maybe I should examine the valley to the north first. Let's go do that real quick. That loading screen looks amazing, and if there's a location like that in this map, I'll be thrilled. Like a long, windy staircase.
This place makes the rest of Janthier look downright inviting.
That was weird. As I moved, my voice was disconnected. Oh, I think I'm going to do the story, actually, instead of following these random events. Oh, there's destroyed jade golems here. Wait, is this a part of the environment, or are these just despawned from earlier? You know what I really want as a game setting for this? You know, that we did the DirectX transition. Can we get fancy effects now? First of all, let's get DLLA going, right? Let's get a bit of temporal anti-aliasing or DLA working. That'll make the game look so good. But here, I want a corpse slider, you know? So when something dies, the corpses stay on the ground for longer. And the players can set it, you know? So if you've got a bit more VRAM and it doesn't matter too much, crack it up. I just love this effect, you know? I think this looks really cool, and I wish the game did it more. One of the cool things actually about Wilds is the bodies you can stand on. Like, when they're dead, they have collision. And I don't really remember that from the previous game. That might have been a thing. If you guys watch my Rise of the Tomb Raider Let's Play, I'm pretty sure you could stand on enemies on that. Like, when you kill the big bear at the start. You can walk around on it, can't you, maybe? You love the loading screen too? Yeah, I think that's... And the story one looked really good as well. They really upped the ante, it feels to me. This looks pretty cool, guys. So there's mist and... Oh, wow. Look. Oh, my God, there's a boss down there. Oh, I see. The group event. Escort the Jade Construct through the Valley of Agony by throwing coalesced mist energy into it. The Valley of Agony. It does look like I would take a lot of damage down there. There's a Titan Heatstone cluster. What is this? Oh, is it a new gathering thing? It has a unique icon as well. It does. Oh, yeah, I don't know if I talked to you guys about this, but, oh, another thing that I optimized or set up with my character is the 3 gathering tools I have are the fastest animations possible, and they all have glyphs of industry on them. So I gather really quick. And it means I actually gather a bit more now than I ever used to. Like, we could chop this tree down really quickly. That's it, it's done. Boom. Mining feels especially good. Oh, also, I did a lot of guild hall decorating. I had a really cool setup going on with the guild hall. I guess I'll try to show you guys. Oh, this is the Spud 2 one. It's in the Spud 1 one. But I was a bit annoyed, to be honest. I mean, I'm not going to go on and on about it, but and it's something I'm sure a lot of us have experienced. But I did a very cool thing where I made all the floor like really flowery and just put like foliage everywhere. And I logged in one day and someone had just gone and just deleted all the stuff I'd done. Not just deleted all the stuff I'd done, but accidentally deleted other bits of the decoration as well. And I just thought, ugh, first of all, that's rude. But second, like, what's the point, I guess? I guess because for them, they couldn't perfectly see the floor, so it triggered their OCD or whatever. But like this here, whoever deleted all my stuff accidentally deleted this as well. Which is also something I'd cleaned up in the Magical Forest. But I'd got rid of all the sand. Basically, you see this effect that I have on the floor here? I had this everywhere. It was all nice and flowery the whole way. I had this entire grotto, was all flowers and stuff. And on top as well, here I had it all set up, but this one they deleted as well. And so like this whole thing here was just an amazing looking flowery green lush like grove. Like all the floor and everything. You can see a little bit of what the effect had, a little bit, right against the wall. And it survived maybe 3 days before someone came in and just decided for themselves they didn't like it and deleted my stuff. So, yeah, anyway, what makes me think about it is for a while, I was actually... this is not something I do much of, coming to the guild hall to actually use the synthesizers. But with the quick gatherers, it's pretty good. There's actually 2 ways you can do quick gatherers. It's this, or there's another one. I can't remember which one it is. But there's one where, by the way, that thing of the flowers and stuff I might do in my homestead at some point, which might be cool. There's another one which is the one gathering tool. You know, most things pulse 3 times, right? So it's like gather, 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 and then you stop and you have to press F again to go gather, gather, gather. And these 3 that I've got just do it very quickly. but there's another tool in the game. I can't remember which one it is, but it will actually gather an extra time. It will go gather, 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 gather before you... And that's nearly never relevant because almost everything you just mine the 3 times. But when you get to like Rich Orichalcum or those Guildhall synthesizers, especially with the Guildhall synthesizers, it's actually quicker. So there is a little bit of min-max you can do with it. For me, it's just a bit of weird trivia. Just a fun thing to think about. You found a mist-burned beehive. So beehives were in the other things. Train the Massart Mirror and Movement Mastery in the Massart Shadow Magic track to use it. Interesting. Okay, it's very weird having the Super Adventure Box music there, so I'm going to reset it on the character here. Alright.
Not hard to get lost out
It came from the Guildhall. Yeah, not hard to get lost. Seer's March discovered. Mistburned Barrens explored. Oh, we've already done 4 out of 12? We're already a quarter explored? What? I'm going to say that's just a nuance of... Oh, wow, look, there's actually a mastery point up there. Dare I try to climb it with a sky scale, or do we find another way up? Examine the strange object. Yeah, this music's way better, way more immersive. Oh my god, that...
A swift stream.
Bloodstone Elemental effed me up. Scrawled notes, Shadowcraft, and the Nisosian mirrors. So that word Nisosian, never heard that. It's quite interesting though, because it kind of sounds a bit like Nyos, right? A bit. Is this working in collaboration with an Illuminate from the Astral Ward? We've begun research on the magically... Look at that fucking player. Did you see that? It's just Zerg, hit F, Zerg off. That's how we play the game, guys. And in an hour, go on the forums and bitch there's no content. Working in collaboration with an Illuminator from the Astral Ward, we've begun research on the magically dense mirrors that are strewn throughout the city ruins. Upon inspection, this Illuminator has informed me that these mirrors are tethered together via a type of magic called Shadowcraft. Prior records on Shadowcraft... Oh, by the way, I just want to say as well, there's this idea of the Bloodstones and the Shadowstone, which, again, this is all weird magical lore that is, like, I barely recall exactly what means what, and my understanding of it is iffy at best. Tethered together via a type of magic called Shadowcraft. Prior records on Shadowcraft are brief and limited to observations of Massart cloaking abilities. In practice, the mirrors are portals, or gateways, and they're connected to a small dimension that exists between Tyria and the Mists. When someone travels through one of these mirrors, their essence is temporarily distorted, and they are able to quickly jump from one mirror to another. I'm getting the vibe here that there's going to be like a mushroom, sorry, a rot wallow mastery thing here. You know, or like the little volcanoes you jump into at Ember Bay to travel around. I'm guessing one of the masteries is you can now use the mirrors, and they'll TP you about. Wasn't there a bit of a thing like that, like the Raven mirrors in Icebrood Saga as well? I can't remember. Did the mirrors teleport us there, or do they just shine lights? So here's a Massart mirror. Interesting. Do I rebuild it? The object thrums with power, but it does not react to your touch. Maybe I'm missing something. You see visions of the ancient Massart using these objects to traverse their ancient city. You have the insight, now you just need the training. I'll need to reflect on this. Oh, nicely done. I like it. Whoa, and this is like the... do all the mastery UIs bring this big thing down from the top and I've just never noticed it? Learn how to explore using Massart Shadowcraft and empower survey findings about the Massart. Interesting. So I'm thinking I'll chain that before the homesteading thing. Learn to use Massart mirrors to traverse mist-burned barrens, as well as the mist-burned beehive. I like how the beehives are still getting a look in. Okay. So now we're training the mastery, which effectively means go play events and do things. Oh, and it has a unique icon on it as well. So cool. So I'm happy to do that. Now I would go find that guy with that event. I'm really interested in this icon up here, this like side quest icon. I kind of just want to travel across this thing. There's always that thing though now with the game where it's like, well, I could just mount over there. Be careful to stay out of the valley, it says. If I just follow this along, where do we end up? Do we end up circling the whole place? Oh my god, no, it feels like we're going to the place. Oh, I like that. I like that wall in that cliff. That feels very new and interesting. I like the color. I like the way it blends into the cliff. Oh my god, it's huge. Wow. Oh, this is quite exciting. I want to go down there too. Should we go into that cave over there? I guess let's just follow it along. Should we get on our walk law? Feels vaguely on theme. Get some mithril. Mr. Thor Bjorn says jump down. I will. I feel like I'm going to instantly die if I go down there, though. I will at some point. Hunt the Titan spawn to lure out the leader. Okay, so rifts. We just have bog standard rifts going on, I guess.
Rage at maximum.
Oh, I should have used my earth too.
A swirling gust. A swift stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn off player chatter. I might turn the effects up as well, actually, because they're a little bit quiet. Which I'm actually quite happy about. Usually I feel like I have to put those effects way too low. Oh, well, hold on, actually. Since when was the master volume that low? The game's not too loud now, is it, guys? The rift is open. The Titan spawn can be lured out. Do AR infusions help with that valley? Missed opportunity if not. That's a good question, because it is Spectral Agony in the in Fractals, isn't it? Is it bugged? Is it coming out? Oh, here we go. It's weird. We still don't actually really know where these Titans are actually coming from. And he's dead. How good is Technobabble? You don't think you've ever seen someone use it? It's really good. It's really, really, really strong. Just for break bars. Well, it's strength. It depends what you're doing, like what the context of the break bar is. But it's instant activation and will overlap with anything else. So if there's a big break bar coming up and I've got to break it quick and I want to contribute fast, and especially if you've got, you know, Arc on and you're logging it and you want to see. Like, obviously I could cast Windstorm here, right? This is a knockdown with 200 Defiance damage, but it has a cast time. And then I could also do Shock Blast, which is a stun, an AoE stun, but also has a cast time. Well, from the very first frame of me casting this, while overlapping it, I can throw the Technobabble out too. So you can hit a break bar really, really, really hard very quickly. And, you know, the days is longer for me because of the build, so it's just fun.
Can we help them?
And, you know, there's no requirement. But it depends on your build as well, you know. If all the utility skills on your build feel like they're kind of non-negotiable, you might not want to try and squeeze it in. What were those guys saying? They were screaming. Can we help them? I don't know. This has never happened. We do what we have to. Yeah, I heard that dialogue before. Let's go back down here and see.
This must be the path the Titans took. Their spawns still cling to the area, even after their creator's death.
Quite the feast.
He says that really casually while there's a Titan up his arse there. That's awesome. This is the Gilded Approach. Oh, I really do get quite a cool vibe of imagining, like, just the doom of this city, the last moments. It's funny to think, though, that there's this amazing, truly massive, epic Masart city filled with Masart. And they're going to get wiped out by the Titans. Meanwhile, the Ascalonians send a few dudes into a field and they defend themselves. I guess it's because they all had the Guild Wars 1 hero with them. The Guild Wars 1 hero defended Drachna's Forge. He defended Ascalon. He defended the Henge of Denravi. He didn't defend these guys. So that's it. That's the true story right there. It was our fault. We were complicit. There's a some Masart obsidian here. Nice. Cool kind of gathering. We get Masart obsidian chunks. Cool! A new variety of obsidian shard. The Masart obsidian. Interesting. Open crafting preview with item. I can make a vial of Titan melted liquid obsidian by combining obsidian chunks with heat stones. So this patch doesn't have the back piece, right? What is like the big end game craft today? There's an armor display case we can make now and a jewelry display case. Jewelry display case. Oh, that's cool. Wait, well, armor display case is not in there. So that's actually quite interesting. I saw a really crazy like player house. He was on LFG. Did I talk about this already? Saying this house will blow your mind, and it really was crazy. He had like a big slide at the end. He had like a cinema, and in the cinema he had all these mannequins of like, you know, mannequins holding, you know, that Choya hammer that is literally a Choya. He had hooked that up onto the weapon display, so it looked like there were a bunch of Choya in the crowd in the cinema that he had made. It was very, very cool. There isn't a big endgame craft in this patch. There's true sight armor you can craft. What about with the CMs, by the way, guys? I haven't followed it at all. I saw one message in the Spud Discord just before going live, because we had a channel there, saying, oh, look at this. This looks like a goddamn, like, raid. Wait. Is that from this game? Did they do this in Guild Wars? This looks like how it is. Isn't it in Final Fantasy? When you cross into a boss room, you walk over a threshold like that, don't you? That's so weird. Yeah, I don't know. How are people finding it at the moment? Comparisons to HTCM and Ceres would be cool. Is the LM out yet, or no? Is it just the CM?
Gatla, I will keep a vigilant eye on our surroundings while you work.
Thanks. Whatever's keeping this gate sealed is powerful. We can't get a read on it. We might be here for a while.
Until I know the village is safe, I will remain by your side.
Okay, so we're studying this. So hold on, am I? Is this only when the meta's at a certain level, and for the rest of the time it will be shut? Yeah, it's just CM and the LCM's next week. Gotcha, gotcha. Here's one of these trees with the weird thing climbed up into it. You change your mind. You just found the lost brown cow. It's now a 10 out of 10 badge. Oh, really? What, the brown cow from Jahai? And the Zephyr Cliffs as well, right? The Labyrinthine Cliffs. I missed a little journal next to those NPCs. Did I? Hold on. Let's go back. You found a mist-burned beehive. Train the Masart Mirror and Movement Mastery in the Masart Shadow Magic Mastery track to get it. Oh, yeah, you're right. Tattered Journal. Jesus Christ, it's so obviously there as well. How'd I miss that? Tatiana isn't mad. We all heard it this time. It told us where to find the gate. Perhaps it is the unseen ones that guide us, but we'll venture inside tomorrow. We'll complete Cordicus's mission, and the world will see. They will all see. A dark brown stain is splashed across the bottom of the page. The rest of the script is ineligible. Assassinated by one of his own men? Or something else? Okay, that's just an exploration achievement. Repentance, we have nothing from the story yet. It's a good sign. Sorry, I'm scrolling way too low. Wait, where was it listed? Oh, it was in side stories, wasn't it? Or was it? Oh, I don't know. I was just going to look at which...
Damn it.
Whether that was the first or the fourth in the series. It feels like that's the last one.
Thought it might be a defense mechanism for the city, but no.
Did the strangers not come from this fortress? Could they have caused this?
I don't think so. They weren't this powerful.
Weird. The magic binding this gate doesn't seem to be of Massar origin. I thought it might be a defense mechanism for the city, but no. Did the strangers not come from the fortress? Could they have caused it? So it wasn't the Titans. So it's not Massar origin at all. Someone else sealed the city? I'm thinking about Dada. I'm thinking about some of these other people that might have come, but I assumed they were all Massar. Something else has sealed the city. What? That dialogue has foreshadowing. Something else. And did Mabon know about it? That's interesting. Wow. Seeing a couple of smileys in chat over that one. That's very curious. Veteran Mistburned Warclaw. There's a group event to explore, to escort someone. Jesus, just killing a couple of ambients here. We're already a third done with the mastery. What's this achievement again? Escort, complete the escort without him being downed, it says. I don't really even know where the escort is. It's on the left somewhere. I'll try and move around here on the right then. Hold on though, I'm very interested in all these little crevices and little holes. You know what this feels a bit like with the big pillars walking around? This feels a bit like being in Farina as well. The Guild Wars 2 Farina. There's an updraft. Should we climb the updraft? Or is it a sky scale launcher? Ooh. Oh, there's another one over there. Use my bot boost. I was looking into my bot modules and stuff as well, because for a long time I've just used the gliding boost and the mount speed boost, and I was quite curious about those ones that convert trophies into like materials. So instead of getting a broken spoon, you get a vial of powerful blood or whatever. And apparently the one that does, I think it is the one that gives you blood and stuff, it is good. But I don't know, like, I think I'd have to be farming a lot to get a lot of value out of it. They're everything launchers. Yeah, to be fair, yeah, you're probably right. It's the way to describe them. Oh my god, what is this place? Whoa, I like it. Look at the god rays. Again, it feels like the Langmar estate, doesn't it? This is the big room at the end. Keep going to the beehives expecting something to happen when it obviously won't. Dude, some of these places low down look quite creepy. Well, so far it's more of a city of blood and stone than alabaster and gold filigree. The ghosts in that zone have some interesting dialogue. I haven't seen any of that. You mean just in that red room I was in just now? Ah, the event's over already. Always the way it goes with this game. You chill and relax, or you get to the event ASAP. Oh look, there's a Massart there. Oh, it's Manakaz's ghost! This is why we take Arcane Shield when we're in the open world. We finish your channel without getting interrupted. By reaching this place of power, I've demonstrated my mastery. I'm not sure what makes this a prominent spot. Wasn't exactly a jumping puzzle or anything, was it? Hello, Manakaz.
Orestes kept the archives orderly to a ridiculous degree. Books perfectly aligned, stairs and shelves swept several times a day. From my youth until years after my gilding, he would incessantly scrutinize my every thought and the merits of my research. One of few elders clinging to the promise of the gate and our so-called ancestral home. Kamali should have been all that mattered.
Whoa!
Our survival should have been all that mattered. Seraph, already, they would still be here.
Oh, this is exactly what this is good. It is not printed in the log. I cannot believe it. And now he's leaving. First of all, just in terms of implementation, that's awesome that he's standing there waiting, so then you can go and listen and he leaves. It's better than in the other maps where it was a complete crapshoot whether a ghost even existed and you just had to hope they would be near there. Fuck, I have to just remember what he said. Okay, first of all, like the concept of a gilding. Your gilding is like what you're welcoming into Masat society or whatever. It's like your ceremony. You're becoming a man. It's your bar mitzvah or whatever. I don't know. Your Masat titzvah. Okay, so Manakaz is one of the. So also we heard his name there. That Orestes guy from the journal from December 10th that we read at the start. I was just guessing his pronunciation. I guess we got that pretty much bang on. Orestes. He's one of the older ones, like Dada. And then you've got these young, uppity, new generation Masat. And that's like Manakaz here. And they grew restless. But what did he say there? He said Kamali should have been all that mattered. Now, was he talking about Kamali as a person? Or was he just talking about the door? He said the door is all that should have mattered. And then he said... No, what did he say? He said something about a door... Because, look, for anyone slightly out of the loop here, in Guild Wars 1, you've got the Door of Kamali. This is what the Titans are hiding behind. And the Masat are trying to keep shut, right? And it's called the Door of Kamali. It's a portal to the Mists. But the question is, why is it called the Door of Kamali? Well, like, what is that? Oh, now, you know, oh my god, what's the phrase? Like, the real world... answer to that is the devs were just you know, they were just throwing shit at the wall, to be honest. They just made up a word and they just put it in there. It never had any meaning. But for all these years it's never had any real meaning. Why is it called the Door of Kamali? Is Kamali a thing? Is Kamali a thing? Is Kamali a place? Is Kamali a person? Kamali's probably not a place. Ever since Nightfall we knew what was on the other side and the word Kamali wasn't. There were these 4 ghostly horsemen on the other side, the guardians of Kamali. But like, why is it called the Door of Kamali? So there, Manakaz might have been talking about Kamali in a more specific way, referring to... But I can't tell. I couldn't tell. There was something else going on there as well. That was really cool. Yeah, and it sounded like some of his friends from his generation died or suffered in some way due to the plans of the Elders, which is one of the reasons why they got so uppity about it. Oh, I think I get the idea. The idea is maybe some Titans leaked out of the door or something. Here's my guess. The Titans, the Dada et al., they were just looking for a way to go home. And while that was happening, maybe some Titans leaked through the door or something and really hurt some Masat, killed some. He just mentioned some of his friends that died. And that really pissed him off. That pissed Manakaz off and some of the other survivors off. And they said, no, fuck this. We need to deal with the Door of Kamali. We have to close this door. I don't care if we have to sacrifice a bunch of innocent Crichtons to do it, or whatever other lesser race. We've been here for long enough. We need to close the door. Which is really cool, because in the last patch... we heard Dada's side of it, which was, this is madness, it should all be about going home, how can they be so evil, blah, 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 blah. But immediately with this one message here, they've sort of rounded out Manakaz's side a bit more and said, well, look, they've suffered too in their own way. Which is amazing. I love it. I wish I could just fucking watch that again. It all just comes down to what lens you look at them from, which is good. To me, anyway. This is the kind of storytelling I like. Right, so... I don't know what I'm doing. Let's try to do an event. Let's go over there. I do hope that the people who join this squad are just from the stream. The people join and just see me wandering around doing nothing. I have a pretty funny story for you guys. The other day, I was in a squad hunting the rifts, the weekly rifts. It was like 2 weeks ago. Joined a random squad on NFG. And it was like 50 people in there, but they were saying nothing and doing nothing. And this guy, who I think is a really good idea, really fun, and he paid for this himself to get some conversation going and to make it actually a bit of a community thing. He said, guys, I'm going to do video game quiz questions. And if you get the answer right, I'll give you gold. I'll give you like 10, 20 gold. He wasn't cheaping out. He was doing an amazing thing. And basically what he'd done is he'd written down all of these questions and he'd asked them, and the first person to answer got it right. So he started this quiz off and nobody was really responding or saying anything. And I thought, oh, that's a real shame. So I started I never really type in Guild Wars. But I started typing in the squad. I was like, oh, come on, people have got to answer this. So I was like joking around with it and making silly responses like... So eventually it became quite obvious that all he was really asking was lore questions. Like he'd ask like a weird... He'd ask like a weird story beat or idea, and he'd say, what game is this from? And then it would just be silence in chat, basically. So I started answering, but I'd sometimes go with like it. So he asked this question, and I'd been playing Metaphor, Refantasio, and I was like, oh, is it this or whatever? But sometimes I wouldn't know, so I'd just like make a joke answer, like I said, Hello Kitty Island Adventure at some point. But like I did that, and eventually he like sneered at me for doing that, and I thought, oh, that's unfortunate. Later, he did another question. It was like, it went on and on and on about like some royal power and the ultimate weapon, and it was sealed away. And he was like, this one's really hard. It's a trick question. And no one was getting it for ages. And in the end, he said, oh, it's Guild Wars. He said it's Guild Wars 1. But what he was alluding to was like King Doric's pilgrimage, which doesn't happen in Guild Wars 1. And also the way he described it was like not right at all, really. Like talking about like the old, there's like he basically embellished it so much it really wasn't the same story. So I said, oh, that's cool. That's not really right though. That's not a Guild Wars 1 story. It's just Tyrion lore, really. I don't know. It's as much Guild Wars 1 as it is Guild Wars 2, and people had guessed Guild Wars 2. And I think he got really annoyed with me then because I was like second guessing his thing. So anyway, I made like one little joke, and he said, "You're banned." He banned me from his quiz. So I felt bad about that. But later, another guy, about 20 minutes later, another guy like joked, like he said like Football Manager is the answer, and again it was like another RPG thing, and the. And that's when I went, oh, careful, don't... That's how I got banned, actually. I bowed out, I'd stopped speaking, but some guy said Football Manager, and I just responded, oh, careful, don't make jokes. And yeah, he said, I've discussed with my officers, and you are banned from the quiz. And then later, he messaged me saying, I'm really sorry about that. And I was like, oh, no worries, it's your competition. And he was doing a cool thing. I mean, it's fine. I said, oh, no worries. And he said, but you're just very annoying. I was like, well, so have you messaged me to apologize to me or just to insult me? But yeah, that was one of my little community interactions. Always go smoothly. Yeah, I put my glasses up at the guy. I did, yeah. I did. Okay, I've just been wandering there. I'm going to go get this achievement thing up here to the north. This is why you can't make friends. I was really nice the whole time, and no one was playing the game until, you know, it always takes someone to get the conversation going, you know? I feel like I did a service. You can watch it again, you just filmed it, that's true. Maybe I'll do that later tonight, yeah. Should have linked in the Crown Lore. Well, I never did a Crown Lore in Guild Wars 1, that's just the Guild Wars 2 story, isn't it? Actually, it was fan fiction. It was Cormier versus Traherne. So I don't think that it counts, really. I feel like climbing up there is wrong. Like, they don't want me to. But mind you, there is an updraft there, so maybe... This feels very jumping. Oh, they won't let me cling to the wall. Oh, okay, they will. Oh! See, okay, that's cool and all, but I feel like I just skipped a really cool thing. Surely I've just skipped to the end of something there. There's a white mantle prayer there. Oh, I like that vista, the way we zoomed through the flag. Will you be making a video to kind of explain the lot? No, I'm not interested in just doing videos that regurgitate information that's already in the game, sorry. It's just a bit empty to me. These are new Warclaw updrafts. Oh, yeah, because they do look different. They're made for the Warclaw, are they? Interesting. Well, let's see the prayer. Oh, it's not part of the achievement. White Mantle Prayer. When the first servant thirsted in the wilds and gnashed his teeth in despair, the unseen guided him to shining waters, so he might drink deep their boundless wisdom, and he might know their hidden word. Do not fear the coming of death. The souls of the righteous are forever. In unseen hands they dwell in majesty. No torment shall ever find them. So, the first servant thirsted in the wilds. They're talking about Saul during his exile. Which is a scene we never saw, remember? We saw... In the bonus mission pack, we see the moment they say get saved from the chart by the Char, and the Massart murder a bunch of them. But that actual original moment we've never seen, where Saul was, you know, here. But then also, Janthir Wild's launch suggested there was a second time he came here as well, right? The souls of the righteous are forever in unseen hands. They dwell in majesty. No torment shall ever find them. I'm not sure there's too much more to derive from that, just that these guys are fanatics and they didn't quite know what was going on. It's nice, though. I like it when they do little poems and psalms and, you know... Stuff like that's always tricky to read, you know? It's like when you're reading The Lord of the Rings and another song happens, and it's like, well, okay, what's the dealio here? So, oh, well, we fucked that up. So it's like that, right? But where was I meant to have started? Is this essentially a jumping puzzle on this patch? I do like a formal jumping puzzle. Oh no, why have I picked this anyway? Let's pick our trusty dragon, Spyro. Has anybody named their sky scale? Mine is called Draco. What's a good dragon name? Red. What's up here? I love the music here. I don't even know if I can call it music. You know, just this long note. The longer the note, the more dread. As Super Hands would explain. Toothless is a good dragon name. Aren't they doing a live action How to Train Your Dragon soon? Yours is just called Stupid Bird. Wow, that's rude. What makes it stupid? Because as far as I can make out, you're the one in control of it. So if it does silly things, well, actually... Yeah, the ambient track, exactly. Well, we're a bit low for... How the fuck did I end up on the Warclaw again? This is called Saul's Vision. Oh, shit. Do you know what this... This is the... I've made a lot of dumb comparisons and... you know, this place looks like this. Comments today. I'm going to make one of the stupidest here. You know at the end of Bastion of the Penitent, where you can go into that side room, where it's all dark. It's like a big open rectangle, just like this. And he's been given visions or whatever. That was where he was being tortured. That's what this place makes me think of a little bit. Actually, WP, they can't make a live action, as dragons aren't real. Really? Well, how do you explain Spyro then? Checkmate. Dragon Towers. How do you explain the movie Dragon Heart from the 90s? Oh, there's an adventure here. I see an adventure icon. Interesting. They did so in Inspector Pikachu. Yeah, Detective Pikachu. Mistburned Baron, Search and Rescue Challenge. Wayfinder, it's good to see you. I'm managing a team of scouts that are currently scoping out the north. Unfortunately, none of them are checked in for a while, and I'm getting worried. Have you got any advice? Some of the jumps around here are pretty treacherous. Make sure your bond with your journeykin is strong, or you risk a long drop. Time to see if Boots is already on the leaderboard. I don't see him at the moment, actually. Okay. Well, I fucked that up already. We should have paced that out. Do I have to be on the Warclaw? Oh my god, come on, what? There I jumped, and it just... You saw the animation. It didn't do anything. Hello? Scouts found 0. But you had an icon a second ago.
This place is dangerous. I was careless.
Oh, now I found him. I was spamming F that entire time. That's weird. Oh god, is this one of those ones where they're all over the place?
My thanks, Wayfinder.
Okay.
I can find my way back on my own.
So what am I doing for these people exactly?
Lost forever. That I did.
I'm giving them instructions on how to get home. Is that right?
Thank you for the rescue, Wayfinder.
Wait, what?
This is treacherous.
Ah. Could have sworn I jumped into that. Is this Warclaw exclusive? Like, can't I just... Oh, I see. No, I don't see. Your Warclaw has caught the scent... Oh, hold on. I need to scan. Do I need to scan? Time until next hint. Oh, of course. Right. This is like when you're looking for the cubs in the town. Every minute or so, it'll ping on the map and show you where they all are. But how am I ever going to get up to that guy? Assuming I didn't already do him, but I think I did do him already, didn't I? Well, you could have gone on that. Did we do you?
I've been found at last.
He's in fire attunement. So, do I have to jump? Okay, I have to jump manually into those. Do I do you?
This place is dangerous. I was careless.
Scouts found 6. Well, there's one over there. Is this going to take me the wrong way, though? This is really interesting. I've got to give him props for making an adventure that doesn't feel like the old adventures.
Thought I was going to be lost forever. That I did.
Okay, I got you. I think we can make it here. Look at that. You can essentially fly on the... Oh, really? Oh, okay, we got bronze. It's nice to do an adventure where I don't immediately get gold. Oh, we were 1 away from silver. So you get 2 minutes 30 to find 12 of them. I'm not going to grind that on screen, but that's cool, and we may come back to it in the next part. So that's the hidden Sacrarium. It had Saul's Vision in it. It had a White Mantle Prayer. There is a Mastery Point. It looks like... I'm guessing there's a real entrance low down, and that's the way I was supposed to... Oh, maybe we swim? That's a good point, actually. I haven't... done much swimming. I don't think so. And this isn't an entrance really either. How did I even get in here? There's a pretty straightforward route for this. ... I see. Okay, well. Oh, you don't have to do it on the Warclaw, but there's an achievement for doing it on the Warclaw at least once. That's good. That's a nice balance. I like that. Okay, let's go back to base camp. And try to do this heart, I guess. Maybe we can do the heart. So assist the Coden by undertaking surveys, keeping the camp running, and helping with whatever odds and ends they may need.
It's powerful. There's something large nearby. Something dangerous.
Then we need to extirpate it first so it doesn't interfere with the survey. Which direction from here?
To find our target, we must track the Mistburn. The journey can have strong noses and have become adept at this.
You heard her. Time to saddle up, everyone.
Yeah, I'll change my culling so that we can actually see other players' models. Alright, I guess I'll just do this event. I know there's an uncollected vista above me and some Masat obsidian over there as well. I love the icon on the map for the Masat obsidian. It looks really cool.
But don't let up.
Oh, nice. There's a bunch of golems. Runechard Shambler there. These mushrooms, portobello mushrooms, I was gathering loads of because one of the legendary collections, I think it's the Moot, it asks you to make a drink of like mushroom milk. And to get the milk, you need 25 indigo mushrooms, and you double-click them, and you get like 1 milk. And you need like 5 of these things. So you need fuck tons of indigo mushrooms, and the indigo mushrooms are a rare chance when gathering, like what I just did here. Like, so I got portobello mushrooms there, but there's a rare chance to get this other one, and you need like loads of them. You need like 500 in total. It's actually a huge grind. But in the years since it came out, there's certain spots that are okay. Lake Doric is a really good map for it. Because for whatever reason, when they make Lake Doric, and this is a weird detail about that map that I didn't really know, but most of like the gathering things there are just mushrooms everywhere. They just put mushrooms all over the map. Don't know why. Don't know what that's all about, but it's really helpful for that particular legendary collection. The other good one is Drizzlewood. In north of Drizzlewood, there's a huge cave, and it's basically just full of mushrooms. There's one in Metrica Province. Not Metrica Province. Mount Maelstrom. Getting confused with all the M's. Where the hell is this thing? Up? Oh, it's up there. The wolf? It's got quite a lot of interesting buffs on it there. Just bounty stuff, actually. Don't know why I did that. Another break bar to break yet.
We must cleanse this filth.
So like when this break bar comes up in a second, we can just technobabble like on the first frame and just throw our other stuff afterwards. And Arc doesn't work at the moment because of the patch, but it's a big contribution. You would see it's very, very, very big. Whoa, we got a lot of stuff there.
Be at peace. Your trial is over.
Did that finish the Renown Heart in one? It did.
There should be good spots to search.
Finished the Renown Heart. It gave us an achievement. Our second achievement. After getting... It's funny, actually. I've been here for 3 hours, and we've done 2 little things. Yes, I've completed a tiered Renown Heart. We get some Homestead Metals. A curious Masat Ruin Shard. Our makeshift refuge. may rest on the edge of unrelenting danger, but with your aid, we've made comfortable home here. Thankful I am for your help. We're one step closer to returning to the den victorious, and that is because of you. Well, that's so generic. If you substitute the word refuge there... No, even that. Leave makeshift refuge. You could put this in, like, 90% of the hearts in the game. It's cool to be... So what's under the special category now, for now? Well, we got these. We've got the... Sab is the next festival, isn't it? So we've got that to look out for. Probably do some other rushes. What do they have as a ballpark for the final patch? 83 days. It's amazing. It doesn't even seem that long, right? Read the journal fragment for juicy Massart stuff. Wait, which journal fragment? What, one in my inventory? Do I have one? I don't think so. Was there one on the floor somewhere? So I'm kind of confused about the map right now. It says the Mist-Burned Barrens, and the text is just here on the left. So wait, is this the whole map? So there's a map 4 slated, right? I always assumed that one would be here and one would be here. We've actually ended up here. And wait, is this map 4? So do we not go past this wall? No, surely we do. Surely we do. Because I didn't ding the exploration thing, right?
Make it stop!
No!
Can we help them?
I don't know. This has never happened to one of us before, but we've never been able to cure it in the wildlife.
Then we'll do what we have to.
The Massart thing, I was jumping around while doing the event, while talking. I'm always talking, it's a stream. What do you mean, when? I guess we'll have to find it later.
What do you think this building was used for? Sure doesn't feel welcoming.
Storage facility, maybe. Lot of places to get lost.
Storage facility for what? Food? Did the Massart even eat?
Votive offerings for the bloodstone? Grooves on the floor where the cages were... Huh. Have you taken a good look at the stairs? They're worn smooth.
That's an interesting voice. I don't know whether that's a new VA or a VA just trying a new voice, but I like that. That sounded quite fresh. Nice to have a character who sounds a bit older as well. Okay, so now we're collecting lightning to keep the Asura turrets charged. So there's a turret generator here. We're at the ruin outpost. There's a collect icon over here, so I'm going to go over there because I assume that there's something. So I can pick up an empty bottle. Oh, wasn't this like one of the heart objectives? Okay, I'm going to stand in these. I'm going to get battered. Am I doing the right thing? I'm going to go over to the turret generator. Because I have lightning in a bottle, and boom. I think we just grab the one, don't we? Yeah, it's grab one and then go deposit. I need a jar filled with lightning. I had a what? Oh, do the orange ones take my charge away? Do the Titans take my charge away? I have a charge right now. I can see the icon. I can see the icon. Oh, okay. I think it's just... I pressed F twice, really quickly. So the first one went in and the second one threw up an error. But it is filling up. I don't know if I'm going to do this. I'm getting ripped up. I was trying to go into water attunement before I did that.
Hey, put some pep in your step, will ya? Storm's not gonna last all day.
Lady, we are surrounded by mobs. What do you mean some pep in your step? I also need a new jar. I dropped one. To use healing items. Jesus, it's over there. I don't know if we're going to get this. Oh, the big meta event's disappeared now, or a group event at least that was up there. You're just saying that you found it, stood and walked around it for a minute, but didn't read it because you were telling a story, then moved on to the event and forgot about it. Really? Oh, God. I don't know. I really don't know where that was, though. So I will read it, I promise. I just don't know when. We will get to it, though.
Yes, good.
1 minute. What do we think about this? Do we have a chance? I should put on the super speed catalyst skill. If I can ever break combat, I doubt I will. But we can try.
Good work, Wayfinder.
It's weird. That turret generator has a bar on it, and I was expecting the bar to fill, but it's like not. It fills for a second, and then it goes down again. See that?
That's what I'm talking about.
It's always funny when you play a patch like this when it just first comes out, because there's always so many opportunities, you know. It's like, oh, this event, for example, might have a weird hidden achievement in it that is really easy to do right now because it's active, because there's players around. But later it's going to be a pain in the arse because there's not going to be any players around. And yeah, cleaning up all the EOD stuff, the champion stuff and all that really made that very clear to me. Like the Marionette, I feel very fortunate that there's a group that runs it on EU once per day at about 8 o'clock. And sorry, about 5 o'clock. And once I found that, I was like, okay, it's doable. But if they weren't there, if that one guild wasn't doing that, it's like...
The guns will run dry in a second now.
I'm sure the storms will start.
Some of those achievements are really annoying as well, like having to guess what the Marionette's animations were in advance so that you could dodge them. It was worth a lot, though. It was like 50 AP for like 2 dodges, as long as you got them right. Alright. Well, we did that. Let's go to that POI. Oh, here's another way I can tell how big the map is, based on how many POIs. It really does say 1 waypoint, 3 vistas. There's a good amount of just the 1 heart. So this release is really just the staging ground. This is like...
Here to assist. Take a rifle from the Doliac and protect my scanners.
Okay. Take a rifle from the Doliac. Where's the Doliac? I don't know where the Doliac is. Is it this ramp? No, that's a B. That's also a B. A, B, C, D. Where the fuck is the Doliac? What? I'm clearly being blind. We have the fist icons for enemies. We have the shield icons for the things we're defending. In the center, there's a hand icon. There's the Doliac. I found it. Figured it out. We got 2 skills. We've got to figure out what they are to be able to contribute quickly. One is quickly dropping a smoke bomb, causing nearby bees to flee. And the one is, I don't know, something else. The one is fire a sonic wave, forcing the bees away. Oh god, I don't think I'm going to contribute in time here, guys. Look at this. Everyone else is tagging them so quick. There you go, I got one. I'm helping. I'm contributing. It's coming in so fast. Oh, there's a huge cooldown as well. You best hope you hit something with it. Look at that. 2 seconds. I feel like I got a GCD. Oh. Scan and soothe. Stop the wildlife from destroying the priority scanners.
Bloodstone concentration is high, but not enough to explain the unusual hostility. Curious.
Great, nothing unusual. My nose begs to differ, but hey, fine by me.
I like the EFG in chat. Yeah, let's do the alphabet, guys.
She'll want answers. Unless she tries to get us in over our heads, we'll protect the scholar, Sherpa. Let's go.
Speaking of bees, you were glad to find that the bees are now a ranger pet now. Hold on. That wasn't... What? This patch? Was that a thing at launch? It wasn't, was it? Yeah, there's a bloodstone. It should have been 1 map, but I guess it was too big, so that's why they added the 4th map this expansion. So you guys think that the last release is going to have a big grand kind of thing? One of the things that really struck me about Nyos is that final meta is actually epic. That meta at the end of Nyos, I think, honest to God, hand on heart, top 3 metas in the entire game. The only meta that I would say, metas that I would say are better than it. I mean, it depends what scale we consider a meta. But look, it's very, very, very good. I really, you know, it's a swan song. Is that the right phrase? It's like a love letter to the sky scale, you know? There's everything there. All this cool sky scale shit you do, I think it's really epic. And look, there's going to be people saying, it's too easy or whatever. It's not interesting. It's a meta event, alright? It's not a fucking raid LM. At a certain point, yes, it's going to be a loot pinata, alright? It's a world boss.
Drained one over here.
Within that context, I think it's really good. All the moving pieces, especially with the sieging and stuff.
Initiating laser drill.
Even the epoch fight, right? It could be a little bit stale. And I agree with that, it can be. But it's also an event that I sometimes see fail just enough that there is a bit of tension with it, and you do actually pay attention to what you're doing. And there are different groups doing, you know, there are people that you assign to do the rifts. And I think that it's like, I really think it's in that perfect sweet spot where there is an actual chance of failure, but not high enough that the entire thing is miserable to go through. But the risk does exist. Very often with Guild Wars, it's incredibly binary. It's like, this is very likely to fail, don't even try. Or it's 100% guaranteed. Like, they managed to actually hit a sweet spot with Epoch, which I think is pretty cool. I think you can say the break bar is a bit shit, like it never ever ever goes down. That bit's obviously a bit flawed, but, you know. But yeah, that last meta, I did not respect it in its day, I don't think, but I certainly do now. I think it was pretty goddamn good. I don't know whether we can expect a really amazing Warclaw meta at the end of this map. Oh, not this map, I guess the next map. But realizing that this is quite a short little... Well, I say it's short and little. I haven't played it all yet, so I don't know. But, you know, 1 waypoint, 1 heart is somewhat telling. Can't it drop any infusion too? Can it drop it? Oh my god, what the fuck? Could we have done something to stop that? There's an enraged spirit here. Oh, see, this guy's got a timed break bar. That's going to turn on at some point. And Technobabble will be very good in that scenario. See, I can't guarantee I have air attunement open.
We make it out of this?
But having the CC on the utility is really nice.
I'd sooner fight the Cryptus again than get killed for your research.
Oh, he's gone. Oh, and that guy's dropped EMPs. He's definitely expecting the break bar to do something. See, I can trigger it during the EMP cast, which is obviously really big as well. Or we kill it before it even does anything. Alright, it's not doing anything.
Ugh, so much for getting answers. It's dead.
Maybe. I heard some of the ghosts mentioned a blood phenom. What do you suppose that is?
Isn't that Manakaz?
Beats me. Won't let it go, will you?
Gasta's notes about the ghosts observed around Sanguine Crater don't line up with our experiences here. Before, their behavior was solely attributed to their past trauma at the time of their sacrifice. But from what we've seen, the local wildlife, these ghosts, they're reacting to something recent, further in the ruins.
And you'd like us to just march right in there, I bet?
Hold on. If there's something dangerous in there, the rest of our forces ought to know what.
Follow me, then. It'll be worth the risk. I promise.
All right then, yeah, let's go. I'm captivated. Let's do it. I thought the Blood Phenom was his title or something. Banjo says, have you converted any currencies using Gar? Do you mean the guy at the Wizard's Tower that kind of acts like a mega gobbler for like loads of different things? There was an achievement in Secrets of the Obscure asking you to, like, every week you can buy 42 packets of something. I did those. You have to do it for like 4 weeks in a row or something. The other conversions, I don't think so. I just recently, I posted about this on Blue Sky, have been turning the Eternal Ice into Season 4 currency, and then turning the Season 4 currency into trophies, like materials. But it's quite expensive. You get more money out of it than you put in, ultimately, as long as you're crafting with those materials. But it also hits your karma really hard as well, so I don't know. I did a bit of it, but not much. He's on other maps. I might want to check him out. Okay.
This is the source of the disturbances.
Kiribake says, I bet the next map wide meta we fight Barbanizos because it will be City Titan and we will pimple pop it like it's the Shatterer's back. Shat in all caps. Right. I mean, it's a theory. How long would you guys say this story is, by the way? Is any count of the instances? I just finished my mastery there, by the way, so we can actually continue it. Massart, mirror and movement. You've learned how to use the mirrors to get to hidden locations.
Reaches its inevitable conclusion.
Fascinating. The source of our ghost problem is another ghost.
Not just any ghost, Laos. I am Manikaz, the blood phenom.
Oh, there you go.
Prodigal son of... Oh. A familiar face.
You know this guy, Wayfinder?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Don't care who you are. Step away from the Bloodstone. This is your only warning.
That'll do it. Let's get underway.
Okay, shall we step towards the blood?
Even now, daughter, Optimus Lazarus, I hear their impertinent words, stifling me, holding me back. No more.
He listed Lazarus there.
Ancient necromancy. He's trying to siphon life force to resurrect himself.
It's gonna be hard to stop it with this bloody behemoth swatting us like flies.
Then we topple this thing first. Double time.
He's trying to resurrect himself. Wow, that's quite interesting. I thought Lazarus was kind of on his side. I thought Lazarus was one of his buddies that was in on the Kryta project. I wonder. What do we make of that? Fucking hell, man. Oh yeah, and obviously you can even you can proc Technobabble on people while you're CC'd too, which is pretty goddamn nice. God, if I had played Rev, I'd be on Jarlis right now, being huge value. Gonna get the water elemental up this cycle. Jesus Christ. Wow, everyone's getting battered. I have to tell you, that is a very meaty break bar. That's all 5 EMPs now. Oh my god. Oh.
Spilling over! Wayfinder, collect it and shield yourself against his attacks.
Wait, collect what?
Like rats, scouring for crumbs.
Oh, collect just the essence in the area. Okay. I loved how he called us a louse and now like a rat scouring for crumbs.
Perhaps I will improve my odds.
Spectral flows. Watch where you step.
Oh god. Oh god. What? What? Ow. Yeah, I can use Spectral Agony too, bitch. Yeah, I can channel it. I bet they don't talk about that on any level in the story. Oh god, ow. Don't think this one's going to go through. Because he'll be dead. Ah, they interrupted me summoning my Arenanet. I did not outlast the extinction of my people to be banished by these vermin. Bloodstone energy siphoned. It's suddenly occurring to me that this might be the big conclusion to the map. Alright, so now we grab a thingy to defend ourselves, but not more than one, I think, because that would just take it away from other people. Probably. Oh my god, every time I go to summon it, every time. I just get CC'd around. Let's try it again, 4th time's the charm, we got it, yeah!
Your construct is gone, Mursat. It's just you.
Just. I think I am more than a match for a few sacrificial lambs.
Yeah? What about them?
Oh, the other ghosts, look. They're coding.
Get your hands off me, you insect! You... This will not be my end!
Compared to that lunatic, I think I'm rather pleasant to work with.
Uh-huh. Sure, Scholar. Just try to prioritize our own safety in the future.
Right. Point thoroughly made. For now, let's take a proper look around before we head back. A place like this is ripe for documentation.
Was this the area with the letter that I was at earlier and I missed? It occurs to me, was that the... So there's 3 lanes, so I just did the south story. I understand the map a little more. There's a central story with a core big boss, and there'll be a northern story with a core big boss. Is that the idea? We kind of get a triple thing, and I guess this will feel a bit like Dragon's Stand, ultimately, where once... Oh, but it's a whole other map, isn't it, the next one? Interesting, okay. I think I get the idea. Oh, you've been looking forward to seeing this and you missed the start? Well, no, I haven't made it easy for you. I think my premiere for this was only 1 hour in advance. And I only told people in Discord when I was going to be doing this, like yesterday, I think. It's weird how they said go to north and the north meta is so dull. So my next story step is to use the Masart mirror to reach the wisp. I guess what my thinking is we're going to use the mirror to just break through one of these walls or something, but maybe that's crazy of me. The final chest is repeatable too, for whatever that's worth, so it's a farm map. I've had a lot of thoughts about meta event. You know, I did that video at Christmas. Oh, we could volunteer to leave. I don't know. Is there any pickups here though before that happens? Oh, okay, brilliant. Somebody actually pinged a letter. Thank you so much. And I really think they could do very well by refining like the world boss order and having you automatically go from boss to boss. But there should be 2 types. And I'm not going to get into the whole thing here, but I think that basically there's one and done metas where it's like, okay, go kill the kill Tequatl, kill the Shatter or whatever, right? To use core Tyrian examples. But then also there are farm maps, and I think those should be weekly rotating, like where one's priority. So this week, priority map is Silver Waste. It's fucking epic. Once you've done your dailies and all your stuff, if you still want to play Guild Wars, you still want to get that grind on, the Silver Waste is goddamn epic this week. Next week, it's Kamadan. Next week, it's Drizzlewood, whatever, you know, like, because you've got this idea of these farm maps, and there's a weird thing where as the years have gone by and certain farm maps have been attached to certain, you know, expansions or content pieces, they've fallen by the wayside. But if there was like a formal system, so you've got the world boss train handles most of the one and done experiences, and then yeah, they can figure those out. That would be really cool because there's a lot of stuff that, like, I've been doing some Silver Waste, even Silver Waste I've been playing recently, having got back into the game, and it is kind of amazing. Once those chests runs start going, you get so many champ, but it's crazy. Have just like a stack of bandit coin purses in your inventory after an hour or 2 at the Silver Waste. Fucking mental. And it's like, I'd love to do Palawadan. I'd love to, and I'm going to add it here. One of the weekly farm maps would probably be Giala Delve. Oh, maybe because it's too long for it to be a one and done. A worn scroll, Manakaz. Once again, wait, who is it speaking? This is from Lazarus to Manakaz. Oh my god, big stuff. So just now, Manakaz seemed kind of annoyed at Lazarus. I want to learn more about that, and I guess we're going to. Lazarus says, Manakaz, once again, your request to join us at the Kamali Fortress is denied. Now, what is the Kamali Fortress? Are we talking about a place in the Ring of Fire Island chain beyond the Onyx Gate, right where the door is? Because there was no sign of that in Guild Wars 1. Or are we talking about something else called the Kamali Fortress, maybe in this area of the world? And then that begs the question, what is Kamali again, right? Because it's like, well, we have the Door of Kamali in one area of the world, and we have this Kamali Fortress in the other. Once again, your request to join us at the Kamali Fortress is denied. Up until now, I have held my tongue at your blatant attempts to rise above your station. Oh yeah, by the way, the fucking pet, the bee, that's amazing. It's actually really cool. I love the visuals on this. I think this is a place where the devs have done really well. Like, look at that shit. It looks really cool. I love the fuzziness. Oh. Up until now, I've held my tongue at your blatant attempts to rise above your station for a gilded of your age. Do not misunderstand me. Your experiments and your study and mastery of Bloodstone have been a boon to both our overseers here and our White Mantle servants at the Maguma site. But you continue to overreach. If you persist in your mewling and incessant begging, Optimus may not view your contribution as favorably when we return home. Amazing. Look at this. See, Optimus Caliph actually being talked about as a kind of a de facto leader in this the pecking order here. Oh, this is cool, because the last patch gave me the impression that Manakaz was the big shot, but I guess not. We are guarding this inherited world against a tide of titans, demons, and perhaps even their banished god. Holy fuck, so, oh my, oh, this is amazing. Okay, guys, so for all these years, all right, all of these years where it's been, okay, the Masat are keeping the door shut because they're scared of the Titans. They're scared of the Titans because Glint prophesized that the Titans would wipe them all out. It begs the question, where does Abaddon factor into all of this? Because it's in Abaddon's realm. The realm of the Foundry of Failed Creations is there. It's kind of him orchestrating this. And Abaddon just has his own ambitions to break back into Tyria, basically. But it begs the question, what do the Masat think of Abaddon? Surely they blame Abaddon. Surely they're pissed with Abaddon, right? And yet, for all of these years, we've never actually heard them ever remark on it on the guy. As far as I know, the closest we ever got to both Abaddon and the Masat being talked about at once is in the Vizier's Tower in the Straits of Devastation. You find the Masat bust up here. Vizier Kilbron, an agent of Abaddon. He has been hacking away at the Masat bust. He's like pissed off with the Masat at the bust or whatever. I think that's the closest we ever actually get. There's never been anything definitively talked about here. So this is amazing. So let's see. Do not misunderstand me. Your experiments... We are guarding this inherited world against a tide of titans, demons, which he declares as a separate thing as well, by the way, which I think is quite cool. Torment demons, etc. And perhaps even their banished god. I mean, it's so... They're not very distinct about what they think. The cost is incalculable. See, but my sort of vague impression of the story is that Abaddon doesn't really have a grudge against the Masat. It's just the Titans and the door or whatever. It's just a means to an end. It's just get me back to Tyria in some way. Get me out of this fucking prison. That's it. He doesn't really care about anything else. And it's the same with at Nightfall. You know, it's just I want out. And he doesn't care that he's going to kill a bunch of Masat in the meantime. It's just, it is what it is. I mean, you get so little from the guy. There's a very cool thing that I like on a nerdy level about the power scaling here as well, by the way. Because over and over again, I feel like for a long time with Guild Wars 2, the power of the gods became less and less stated. And they kind of shrunk away in importance because we were telling the story of the Elder Dragons, and it's all about how the dragons are the big badass primordial things. Oh, the gods just came here for a while. The dragons were always here. Blah 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 blah. Dragons, dragons, dragons. Kind of the gods in terms of like nerdy power scaling sort of enthusiasm stuff. the gods kind of waned away a bit. But then you do get cool moments where you reflect on the lore and you think, hold on, the gods were only here for a couple of 100 years. And look at the shit they did to the planet. Look at the chaos they wrought. Look at everything they did. They were only here for a little while, but they did a lot. And I like that. I like feeling like the gods kind of are really badass and amazing and captivating and interesting. I like that a lot. I think it means a lot. And here you kind of get it again. It's like Abaddon's wantonly destroying the Massart, is he? Like, what do the Massart think of any of the gods? Do they view them as... They must envy them, at least. I mean, the gods have the power to leave Tyria, right? The Massart are banished here. What power binds the Massart here? It didn't bind the gods, did it? The gods just wandered around and did whatever the fuck they want. They came out of the mists, they went back into the mists. People like Optimus will have looked at that and been like, fuck you guys. And what's amazing about this as well is the Seers are in the picture too, and people like Isgarin didn't like the gods either. Isgarin got fucked off with the gods too, and remember I got this whole theory about how it's because of the Bloodstones and a lot of the Seers might have killed themselves in the creation of it, and then the gods just messed with it. But none of these ancient races liked the gods. I love them. They're these outsider meddlers that come and go. Anyway, yeah, oh man, did they give us a bit more? The cost is incalculable, but in time, the flocks of this world will come to appreciate, or at the very least, understand our actions to ensure Tyria's continued existence. Eh? So sorry, do the Massart believe that the Titans are going to wipe everyone out? The Flameseeker prophecies foretell their own destruction at the hands of the Titans. Do they believe that the whole world is going to end? So they're actually heroes of the whole world by doing this? Yeah, you have to kill a few Crichtons, but at the end of the day, we're saving the whole world. Listen to him there. Our actions ensure Tyria's continued existence. Now, if we take the perspective that the Massart believe it's all about Abaddon, and they're essentially fighting Nightfall, then maybe they have a point. And is that what they were doing? If the Guild Wars 1 hero didn't close the door again... And by the way, why the door is allowed to just fucking stay shut now and doesn't need souls anymore, you tell me. I have no idea what's going on there. But, and I don't mean that in a fun, speculative way. I mean that in, like, this is a plot hole way. All this because the volcano erupted and it's buried. There you go. Well, so why didn't the Massart do that in the previous 10,000 years? They can't find a way to induce a little bit of volcanic activity? I mean, Christ, when we go to Ember Bay, the dwarves could do that, couldn't they? Whatever, I'm getting way sidetracked here. New build available. It's funny to think if the Massart view themselves as essentially fighting Nightfall, they're basically the Order of Whispers guys, right? The original Order of Whispers, the cool Order of Whispers. The Order of Whispers that are demon hunters, not cheap James Bond knockoffs. Honestly, a lot of the Abaddon plot makes no sense. Yeah, I think a lot of it does make sense, but how it interacts with the Massart thing is a bit... I think Abaddon's a good character, right? The idea that... Well, I'm a bit fuzzy on the giving magic to the races of Tyria bit. Because again, we haven't had enough primers. There's not been enough moments where the devs concretely say this, this, and this. You've been putting together a D&D session based on the personal story for Guild Wars 2. Lore question. If Zaitan had gotten the Abaddon artifact, what would he have done with it? That's the whole Lagos part. You mean in the sunken reliquary of the gods or whatever? He would have eaten it, I guess, consumed it. That's all Zaitan wanted to do. He just wanted to consume magic. As is basically the case of all the Elder Dragons. Shiro's story standalone makes more sense to not be tied to Abaddon. Well, no, I don't think that Shiro's story changes in any way. Shiro is manipulated and influenced by the fortune teller. And everything he feels and sees about his country and the fact he's manipulated, that's all fine. That's all internal to Cantha, and that's, you know, that's whatever. He gets convinced that he needs to assassinate the Emperor. It all makes sense. It all works. It doesn't actually break the story to then later say, oh, by the way, the fortune teller was an agent of Abaddon. I don't actually see how that breaks the story. And then to just generically say, well, look, Abaddon's just trying to create chaos and cause magical destruction and destabilize Tyria so that eventually he can break free. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's any problems there. Oh, you're saying it didn't need to be tied? You're right, it didn't need to be. But, I mean... Look, wait, if you're just looking at the logic of the narrative and that, no, it didn't need to be, but it works on its own, and you gotta... Like, I don't disrespect Nightfall for doing that. You have to understand, prophecies came out, and people got invested in the... I wasn't one of them, this is before my time, but people got invested in the lore, and loved it, and then factions came out, and it was in a completely different area of the world, and kind of felt totally disconnected, and I was like, oh, why am I investing in prophecies? Alright, okay, cool. So here's all this shit about Cantha. Oh, now we're in Nightfall. Oh, it's a little bit connected to prophecies. Cool, because Chiriosa and all that. But again, mostly just not connected. And so when you get to the Realm of Torment and there's that side quest, and it's like, oh, look, it was all connected. It's kind of a big breath of fresh air. To link the things together was kind of a really powerful, cool thing for that quest to do. So, you know, I don't begrudge it. Anyway, let's go to page 2 here. Jesus. We are guarding this inherited world against a tide of titans, demons, and perhaps even their banished god. The cost is incalculable, but in time, the flocks of this world will come to appreciate, or at least very least understand, our actions to ensure Tyria's continued existence. If, and only if, you are patient, Manakaz. Once the Flameseeker threat has passed... What does that mean, once it's passed? How are that? What's their plan to end the threat? They can't end the threat. They can only delay it. We can direct your expertise to some task worthy of your attention. The next Dragon Rise, perhaps. Oh, that's cool as well. They were thinking ahead at least a bit to the Elder Dragons. They were thinking, okay, we got to deal with this Titan thing, and then we got to deal with the Elder Dragons. But look, one thing at a time. I really like it. I'm very sympathetic to the Massart's issue. I mean, really put yourself in your shoes. You're not one of the criminal Massart that got exiled there. You are the children of the, you know, the crimes long forgotten. I don't believe in original sin, all right? They're not flawed. They're not evil just because of whatever their ancestors had done. And you're on a doomed planet. The end is coming. And you've got these other races around that you look at as like almost like insects, like ants. And it's like, well, look, just throw some of these bugs into these soul batteries and we'll be okay. And then we'll save them all from the Elder Dragons as well. Very interesting. Perhaps they're gods. See, in some ways I don't like this message because in some ways it feels like Arenanet haven't decided what they think about the Abaddon Massart situation. Back at launch of Janthir Wilds, they gloss over it in the Lion's Arch meeting, if you remember. They used that phrase that it was a dense situation. Remember? It was a dense situation. And at the time I interpreted that as it's too much to explain to the new players and isn't relevant, so we're glossing over it. But that was the main story, and that was, you know, voice-acted dialogue that everyone was going to be sitting through. This is for the geeks on the side. I feel like they... Now I'm beginning to think they just don't really know. But maybe, I mean... Frankly, any conversation from the Massart about the human gods will be very interesting. Specifically these guys. It was fascinating to hear Isgarin talk about the human gods and his dislike for them. And it would be fascinating to hear the Massart equally didn't really like them. Because, you know, it's like they're enemies, but they do have that in common at least. I think both factions have a right to not like them. To be jealous of their ability to leave. I have to think, right, if we're going to treat this as seriously as possible, if you are Manakaz or Lazarus or Dada or whatever, and you're on Tyria and the gods have come and they've built their city at Ara, right? And you're there on Tyria, all you want to do is leave. You're like Jacob and the man... Sorry, you're like the man in black from Lost, all right? All you want to do is leave, and you're going to do evil things in order to leave. That's what you are. And there's these gods that can come and go as they will. You're going to go there and petition to them. You're going to ask them to help. You're going to ask... You're going to say, come on, let's collaborate. That's what you're going to say. And so, Arenanet, I would love to tackle that topic of, like, what happened when the Massart did that. Because the Massart would have done that. And the answer's obviously no, because they're still here. So why is the answer no? There's so many cool stories that can come from that, you know. Hey, we got 200 DKK. I don't know what currency that is. I'm going to assume that that's equivalent to Great British pounds. 200! Oh my god, dude, thank you so much. Been following since before Guild Wars 2 launch. Love you. Thank you very much. In all seriousness, everyone who's, you know, I will continue making videos and be there for you guys. And, you know, it's great to see people popping back in and saying hi. And, you know, no matter when you first start watching me, really, it makes me very happy. The unknown Masart gifting Legavo and Mulmud to the gods in Ara now makes sense that the Seer was one of the few survivors of the Masart-Seer War, which the Masart won. Yeah, by the way, I also like how we actually have a living, breathing Seer with us in the story still, and yet we know more about the Masart now. This whole thing about their gilding and all this shit, we're actually getting a look into their culture at this point, and we know more about the Masart than the Seers. You got to understand, for people that didn't play Guild Wars 1, the Seers in Guild Wars 1 are barely in it. They have like 5 lines of dialogue to you. I'm not joking. That's about it. And then later you see the Asura dissecting one on like an autopsy table. That's it. That's all you get out of them in Guild Wars 1. We know almost nothing about the Seers. You have the Path 4 stuff in Ara with Randall Greystone. Modeled to look after Mo, as far as I remember. And then like the Shadowstone side quest thing, and then the recent story. And this is one of those things, you know, I've talked about this before. It's very odd. A few franchises end up like this, where at a certain point it's like, we should just be able to go and ask Isgard and get the details. And I think that, you know, it's quite important that Arenanet lean on this thing that Isgaren's a bit of a dick. Again, I don't think melodramatic, and I don't think hysterical or emotional, which is how Janthiel Wilds has been portraying him, but very closed off with information, very secretive, very arrogant. I think all those things perfectly define Isgaren, and they also explain why we can't just go and ask him about the Seers. But, you know, like, it is funny. We know more about the Masart than the Seers here now. Right, let's go use this Masart mirror to reach the Wisp. Let's also leave this map, because I'll break combat by doing it. I'm really interested in that loading screen. It says there's a region to the south, by the way. For me to unfog. Is it through this door? Wow, look at this. The Garden of the Unseen discovered. Oh, wow, look at, there's a lot more here. There's another adventure. But the door is shut. Nexus of Moonlight. The Grand Anathium. Presenting Grounds, Whispering Caverns, Laboratory. So that's where we want to go here. You're still pissed no one's asking Wait in Sorrow about the Heart of the Obscure? Yes, I mean, I agree. I agree. There's the exact same situation there.
Did you hear that? One of the walls just hissed at me.
Have you given any more thought to that sabbatical offer, dear?
That's interesting. People are hallucinating weird shit. It's like what happened to the White Mantle group, right? But yeah, it's the... What's especially weird about the Heart of the Obscure thing is the last expansion was named after the fucking thing. We're not going to give any gravity or interest to that at all. I mean, yes, I mean, it's exactly. We've now had about 6 months with Waiting Sorrow. Certain details could have, would have, should have been coming out, I think, already. And what's our justification in her case? I feel like she'd tell us. So let's use the Warclaw updraft to get a bit of height. Looks like it's over there. I don't know whether... I mean, this feels a bit odd, really, but I'll fly up like this. And you whip it out every 5 minutes. Whip it out just makes me think of dick. I only ever hear that phrase with regards to penis. Whip it out. Well, it wasn't that high up. Oh, it's this thing. Right, obviously, of course. Oh my god, that was a cool animation. Oh shit. We're off. I'm in the Shadow Realm, guys. Oh, Liz is enjoying it. Ooh, I like this. It's a bit cheesy. A little bit dorky. Alright, we made it. Oh, this is a Massart ruin and there's a cache. I need a key to open that chest.
What is that? I should inform Anise.
It looked like a little wisp or something. Contact Anise with my phone.
Anise, can you hear me?
Is everything all right, Commander?
There's something in the valley. It's glowing.
Oh, I was looking at my own
I want to
infusion.
get a closer look.
Hold on. The last thing we need is you running off alone chasing shiny objects. Come back, we'll regroup. I'll have the wizards meet you just north of the base camp. That way you'll at least have them to accompany your search. Feels really weird
Fair enough. Be there soon.
Feels really weird that it's Anise in all this when it really feels like it's more of Olivia kind of patch. I know the two characters are sort of blending together and almost feel interchangeable in some ways, but you know. So I get these beehives now. Are they just essentially adrenal mushrooms? I don't know what it is Liz is remarking on. Is it... By the way, the waterfalls look super cool there as well. Oh, it looks like the north thing ended because there's a chest there. We don't know how she made it or why. It's all very blurry for no reason. Alright, here we go. Continue my story into the Valley of Shadow. Dude. They got some serious stuff going on with the loading screens this time. What on earth? We've got really far away from the new Lion's Arch loading screen, I'll tell you that. Hello, is Garen Waiting Sorrow poised arrow?
Wayfinder, the Countess told us to meet you. Said you saw something here.
It looked like some sort of glowing wisp, but I wasn't able to see it up close.
Interesting. I've been sensing something as well, a greater presence. It's potent, like the spectral agony, but also more...
familiar.
You feel it too, Ren?
I can offer protection from the spectral agony provided you stay in my
Oh, that's
vicinity.
hype.
Let us make haste.
That's fucking great. Yeah, you can. You're damn right you can. Let's go kill an Eidolon. Oh my god, the tooltip says Eidolon on it. A portion of the defense of the Seers used to fight agony. Limited range. Prevents death from spectral agony. Heals every second. Lowers incoming condition damage. That is awesome. To get that in the first game, you would infuse your armor with Seer magic. But you had to kill an Eidolon first to bring it spectral essence. And they actually have Eidolon written on that. That is very cool. I don't know if you ever fight any of those creatures in this game. It's basically just a generic looking ghost. Oh, look at the...
Is it supposed to hurt this bad?
Oh, poor thing. I forget how much higher our tolerance is to the agony.
Yeah, what about me?
Oh, I'm right there with you, Pokey. We'll push through.
Yeah, come on, Pokey. We'll be okay. Dude, I like this. If they wanted Isgarin to continue being a bit of a prick and a bit annoying, but in a fun way, he should have said, oh, I barely feel it. That would have been great.
So this is it.
Who the fuck?
What the? Did you hear that?
That's this question mark, question mark, question mark.
Weapons drawn. Stay alert.
That voice. Why can't I place it?
What the hell are these things? Choristers? Are they Seers? They're Seer ghosts, because this is a Seer Massart battlefield. Wow. That's not a word I'm familiar with. Chorister? Is that a thing? Whoa. Dude, they look really creepy as well. I love the silhouette.
So many lost for such trivial ends.
How have they done it as well? They've just got him hunched over. Is it really pronounced like that? Oh, I don't know. You know not to trust me with my pronunciations. We're done. Ugh, I hate the way they talk now, though. Where's the weird alien voice? With the creepy reverb. No more pain remains! I'm a seer! Ho ho! Oh, come on.
Tempt fools. Who's there? Bold enough to insult us, but not to show yourself?
Little Claw.
It's pronounced Mingus. Indeed. Dude, I like this. I like this instance. I feel like people are going to sneer at it because it's not enough gameplay. This is good. This is a good vibe. There's an achievement for leaving the circle. Test his patience by not following his command while moving through the valley.
Is your attention span that feeble?
There it is. That's what I saw earlier.
My protection
Sorrow,
won't
could
be
that
able to
be what
help
you were sensing?
I love that.
Yes.
Yes.
He criticised my attention span. Oh my god, that's amazing. Approach the wisp. They both feel... So wait, it's familiar to all of us. Oh, it's going to be Mabon, of course. Oh, is Mabon's ghost here? Lazarus, Manakaz's ghost is here. Loads of seer ghosts are here. I think it's familiar to all of them, even me a little bit. This is 100%. This is Mabon. Mabon is back, baby. And what's he going to tell us? Also, I think he's in the key art of this patch, isn't he? Oh no, or is it Yagon? This is Yagon's gift. Yagon was that mini that we saw.
Whoa, what is that? It's fascinating. Can I touch it?
Wait. Hold on. Commander, try using the Heart of the Obscure on it.
What? Why would that give me... Tell me what it is. Alright, use the Heart of the Obscure.
Hey.
Holy shit.
Weapons, now!
That's a lot of ghosties. That's a lot of ghosts. Oh my god, this is cool. Wow. I like it. You don't often get swarmed by mobs in Guild Wars. Holy shit. Waiting Sorrow with the big spells. Music popping off.
Miserable things!
Yeah.
You're gone, be gone. Defeat 35 Massart during the ambush.
Are we even putting a dent in them?
Oh, it looks like they're all dying here now without me doing anything. Oh, maybe? Oh, wow.
No. I'll explain later. Stand your ground while I get rid of her.
Oh, shit. This is pretty cool, actually.
I don't want to tell them how you executed me in front of my family. No one doubts your capacity for cruelty.
Oh, wow.
And I'll kill you again without a second thought.
And Waiting Sorrow knows this story too, I guess. Mistress of Agony. This is cool. I thought this patch was going to be a much more about how, like, Mabon, whatever Mabon did that was questionable in life. But maybe we get more of what Isgarin's done that's a bit dirty. Okay, the Massart Ghost Swarm. It is now a bar, and it's wearing down. Honestly, I really... I don't know where this is going, but right now, I really, really liked that moment.
Keep fighting. I
I'll deal with the agony. Hurry! Get under here!
He still seems very sure of himself as well for having executed her. I really liked his sort of delivery of those lines. Sorry, I don't understand. Should I hide with Waiting Sorrow? Because it would be much easier if I could just go out there and kill him.
That's all of them. Is everyone all right?
It appears so.
Ren, that Mersat, was that?
What's happening?
Mabon.
So this is it. Your legacy of ruination. Itself ended in ruin. Our legacy. What did you expect? Was it worth it? Look how powerful you are now. Damned fools. We're damned fools who damned ourselves. And this is what we have to show for it.
You knew it was Mabon.
I thought it best not to trouble you until our safety was assured.
You knew him?
Another friend I failed in his time of need.
Oh, good, good.
His history was complicated, his people's more so. Even he was left conflicted. That speaks nothing of you.
We should get out of here before the agony intensifies.
Yes. We need to inform Anise of our findings, regardless. Best we return to her.
I really liked, so we got into the Valley of Shadow, make your way to the Mistburn Barrens, and establish a staging ground. I really liked hearing Waiting Sorrow reflect on the fact that, you know, she should have been there, and she was fucking around doing nothing last year, basically. So that was cool. I'm a little bit confused. So, that other Massart was also real. It was Yagon and then it was Mabon. Well, Yagon left. We didn't kill Yagon. Yagon just sent a bunch of ghosts at us and then wandered off. And Yagon just happened to be here. It was always Mabon that was here also, though. We found Mabon's ghost. Mabon was speaking. But Mabon's ghost looked different to the other ghosts, right? Like, I'm not being funny, but the visual effect on him, he looked more like a faux fire ghost, for want of a better term, while these other ones have got all that blue. And the NPCs in this area have been talking about the ghosts act differently. A lot of ghosts are just reliving their final moments. They don't really know what's going on. Faux fire ghosts are like that as well, actually. But the ones here were like, they had sapience. They were doing things, right? Manakaz was trying to revive himself. Yagon was like that dark blue fuzzy. Mabon was not. Mabon was just a regular ass ghost. And Mabon didn't talk to us. He was just... It was just like an echo of his past almost, right? I feel like they're different types of ghosts. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Mabon's thing was just like... It was like an echo of history somehow or whatever. And to reflect on what he was saying... He's speaking to the city. He's speaking to his people. This is it. Your legacy of ruination. It's ended itself in ruin. Our legacy. What did you expect? Was it worth it? Look how powerful you are now. Damn fools. We're damn fools who damned ourselves. And this is what we have to show for it. There's a really... Look, by the way, a bit of a tangent here. But this thing, like... Dada's plan to go home is also fucked because Nyos is a shithole. Sorry, but I still don't fully get... The fact that the blog post came out very clearly and said they're from Nyos, And look at Nyos! Nyos is like Eparch went there and brought all these other houses together there, and Nyos is not nice either. So, I mean, these guys got nothing really, right? I mean, what about the bulk of the Massart? Right? Massart came here to Tyria, some got left behind when a bunch of others went back to Nyos. So what? I don't get the Nyos thing. Really confuses me, and I don't know where they're going or what's going on with that. Also, that was kind of a big nothing burger. I was expecting something cool or some revelation about Mabon, but we didn't get anything, actually, did we? We already knew he was sad and regretted it. So the question is, when's that echo from? Is it from when he set up the barrier, I guess, right? I think there must be something about the people who died here to the Titans. Their ghosts are different in some way and are acting differently. They seem to have some control, or they're like super ghosts or something, I don't know. And by the way, I think this is opening the idea. Those 4 White Mantle guys, the 4 morons that came paddling up here last year, they might be around in ghost form and in a more meaningful way or something. Also, the game is tacitly doing a thing already where it's like, we dealt with Manakaz last patch, but he's back again now. Like, how do we fully disperse this? How do we get rid of Manakaz for good? How do we get rid of... What's its name? Her name? His name? Her name? Yagon, was it? But also, by the way, she had a sick voice. That was a really cool sounding Massart. I haven't liked much of the voice work on new characters for a long time. I think Yagon's was really cool. I liked it. It sounded very grating and witchy and cool. I liked that. That was really good. They got to be super careful about the memory and ghost stuff. Yeah, because it's like, well, where does it end? It's the same as Guild Wars 1 introducing the underworld, where Gwen can just go there to chat with her mum, you know. Oh, I got married, mum. You know, it's like you're fucking with the stakes of what death means at a certain point. But, you know, that's not a Guild Wars thing so much. That's just all fantasy franchises start going with that shit. That's cool. There's 3 to 4 different types of ghosts in this patch. I mean, look, I'm all up for Arenanet playing with that and stirring the pot there if it leads to tangible discussion about the faux fire, right? I don't think Guild Wars 2 will ever actually kill the faux fire, but I don't know, maybe they'll look into it at some point. The faux fire ghosts are very much like the pale tree being injured, right? They're both long, outstanding things that really you might have expected a bit of progress with. But they don't even talk about the faux fire ghosts, really, do they? They just, we just get some stuff about the pale tree. Cool, so there's a POI up there. There's still the mastery point here. We got 2 other lanes to do. And presumably the bulk of the story. I mean, so far, guys, I've done the first bit. It looks like there's at least 3 to 4 more chapters. But that's going to be it for today, guys. We've gone for 4 hours. Usually I like to do the 2 to 3 hour window. So thank you very much for watching. You guys in chat have been amazing. I'm really excited to see any YouTube comments. Can I just say as well, I'm sorry if anyone feels like this was a bit rambly or I talked about a lot of other stuff. At the end of the day, it's been a while since I've done a stream. So, you know, there was fun things to catch up with. Do we think Cordicus sent people here? We know Cordicus sent people here. Absolutely. So yeah, give me your theories. If there's something cool a cool idea you had maybe in the live chat or just watching this as a VOD, drop it in the comments. I'll be watching closely. I will try to do the next episode tomorrow. If it's a very busy day, I might do it the day after. Do you remember we did the Final Fantasy streams? We did them every other day. I might do it like that. But also, you know, we'll just play it by ear. But there will be premieres up. If you really want your finger on the pulse of it, join me in Discord. The Spud Discord is in the description, and I have a channel there, WP Content. You can just follow that, and you'll know what stuff's going on. So yeah, just message me anytime. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for the members earlier, a couple of donations. Thanks for all the lore chat. Hope this has been fun. I'm enjoying it a lot so far, and I'll see you for the next one soon. Take care, guys, and have a great evening. We'll see what this patch is and all that as well. Look at that. So good. Ta-ta, guys.